Chapter 1451 Forgotten Name. Sunny had yet to recover from the shocking revelation about the nature of his world, but time waited for no man. The revolution was going to end soon, so he had to gain as much as he could from his first meeting with Windflower. But still. If my world is one of the 6 divine realms, then which god did it belong to? The most suitable candidate was War God, the goddess of life, as well as of progress, technology, craft, and intellect, the patron deity of humanity. Heart God was a possibility, as well. However, he could not quite imagine Earth having anything to do with the fallen gods of the dream realm. These two concepts were just too incompatible. Plus, the waking world encompassed more than just Earth. There was the moon, the sun, all the planets of the solar system, and countless stars beyond. A whole universe of them, billions of years old. How could all of it be simply one of the divine realms? But then again, the gods had never been constrained by mundane logic. They were the ones who had created the universal laws of existence. Even time itself was merely one of their weapons. Who was to say that a god could only will something into existence, not will something to have always existed? My brain hurts. Sunny's mortal mind seemed to be incapable of truly comprehending such matters. Windflower must have been the same. She certainly knew more than Sunny, but there was no telling how accurate her understanding was. In any case, for now, it did not matter. He was elated to learn such profound mysteries, but his immediate goal was not enlightenment. It was getting the hell off Aletheus Island. And Windflower was conveniently offering her help in that regard. Sunny took a deep breath. Do you know how we can escape this horrible place? He paused for a moment, then shook his head. No, I should describe our situation first. There are 5 of us here. 3, including me, start the loop in the hidden bay at the southern edge of the island, well, what I call the southern edge, anyway. The 4th member of the cohort is in the forest, not too far away from the bay. It's the 5th that is the problem, she is all the way on the northern edge of the island. His expression darkened. There are all kinds of terrifying abominations hidden in the mist, so we can't travel freely. No matter how many times I tried, I failed to pick up the 5th member and return to our ship before the loop ends. This tower, and you, Lady Windflower, are more or less my last hope. Windflower looked into the window, then let out a quiet sigh and put her cup on the table. Then, she stood up. Come with me. Before Sunny knew it, they were somewhere else. The walls of the Aletheus Tower disappeared, and he found himself standing at the edge of a tall cliff, looking at the flowing waters below. The colossal whirlpool was gone, replaced by the beautiful vista of the great river sparkling under the light of the 7 suns. However, not too far away, the world was obscured by the familiar mist. It was the boundary of Windflower's dream, most likely. The enchanting saint looked into the distance. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. Before that, let me tell you how I ended up imprisoned here, sunless. She glanced at him and smiled. As you might have guessed already, it was my father who had brought me here, and put me to sleep at the top of Aletheus Tower. There is a seed of corruption in my soul, and so, remaining inside this cycle of time is the only way for me to live on. He frowned, then shook his head. I only know that she was called Alethea of the 9, and that she was one of the Seekers. Windflower chuckled. Yes, you are not wrong. Indeed, she was one of the Seekers. A mysterious sorceress who built this island and created the whirlpool of twisted time surrounding it, for some unknown purpose. She lived here for a while, but eventually left in search of the estuary, as most Seekers did. Alethea never returned, and her name slowly disappeared from the memory of the river people. The beautiful saint gazed at the great river with a dark expression. Of course, there is something different about Alethea. Because, unlike all the other Seekers who had traveled downstream in search of the estuary, she actually found it. Sunny eyes widened slightly. Wait. Do you mean? Windflower nodded. Yes. Although her original name is forgotten, everyone in the Tomb of Ariel now knows her by a different one. The core of this nightmare, the source of the defilement, the first Seeker, is Alethea of the 9. This island is the estate that she had abandoned before leaving on her fateful journey to the estuary. Sunny shivered and instinctively turned around, to look at the distant silhouette of Alethea's tower. Windflower, meanwhile, smiled. So, you see, it is indeed quite ironic, the seed of corruption was planted into my soul by the first seeker, yet my father prevented my soul from being consumed by bringing me to the first seeker's stronghold. If that is not ironic, then I don't know what is. She turned away from the great river and laughed. In any case, after putting me to sleep in Alethea's tower, my father meant to return to Twilight and search for a way to destroy the first seeker. He also meant to find a way to save me, or, if not, then at least to visit me from time to time. However, he never came. Now I know that it is because Twilight was lost, and he succumbed to corruption himself. Windflower sighed. Well, anyway. That is the past. What is important now is that my father had not only come to Alethea's island, but also left it. And I can teach you how to leave it, as well. Chapter 1452 Path to Salvation. Windflower walked along the path in the forest, with Sunny following behind. Although he was certain that there was a long way to go, they arrived at the hidden bay in mere minutes. It looked different without the gloomy mist obscuring everything in sight. The white sand sparkled in the bright daylight, and the black cliffs cast deep shadows on the beach. For the first time, Sunny noticed how similar to the nightmare desert this place looked. The chain breaker was nowhere to be seen in Windflower's dream, but the line of lonesome footprints was still there, leading to the edge of the island. Sunny stared at it for a moment, then asked out of idle curiosity. Whose footprints are these? The charming saint smiled. Whose else? Alethea's. That is where she left the island. It happened countless years ago, of course, but because of how twisted time is here, it also just happened yesterday. He scratched the back of his head. I see. Updated from. So, the footprints belonged to the first seeker. Sunny honestly did not know what to think of that. Hiding his unease, he pointed to a particular spot on the beach. This is where our ship crashed. Right, it's a flying ship. But currently, it can only fly during dusk and dawn. As soon as I find a way to get the fifth member of our cohort back, we'll wait for the right time and fly away. His expression darkened. Of course, there's also that thing in the sky above the island. I'll need to find a way to escape from it, as well. Windflower looked at him and remained silent for a while. Then, she sighed. I'm sorry to tell you this, Sunless, but even if you get your companion back, you won't be able to escape the island. Oh? And why is that? His heart skipped a beat. Staring at the beautiful saint incredulously, Sunny lingered for a few moments before opening his mouth. Eventually, though, he asked grimly. The beautiful saint hesitated. Should be, the inner wall of the pyramid. You'll have to be careful once you reach it, because there are bound to be dangers there. But the important point is that one can make their way back to the great river by following the inner wall. At least that was what my father believed, and since he did make it back to Twilight alive, he must have been correct. Sunny took a deep breath. Should be? You are not certain? Windflower chuckled. How can I be certain? I never left this island myself. However, others, like my father, did. Others. So, there was someone else who had come to Alethea's island and left, not just the Serpent King. Sunny did not miss that detail. He hadn't missed the fact that Windflower mentioned the guiding light, either. He had never told her about the sacred staff of the Sibyls, or that it was in their possession. So how did the beautiful saint know about it? More and more things about her seemed strange. The wariness he had felt before suddenly returned. Sunny remained silent for a while, then said evenly. Even if I am willing to try diving into the vortex, the problem remains. I need to get Effie, the fifth member of my cohort, back to the ship before the loop ends, first. And currently, I see no way to do it. He grimaced. There are too many powerful nightmare creatures on the island. There are two defiled horrors that are even more dangerous than them, as well. There is that thing in the sky. I can't deal with all that in a single day. Windflower looked at him with a curious smile. What if you had more time? Sunny contemplated her question seriously, then shrugged. It would be hard, but not impossible. The problem is not that the enemies are too powerful. If I can't kill them, I can at least run and hide. I can come up with countermeasures and make use of their weaknesses. I can make them fight each other and escape while they do. The problem is that all of this requires time, and there is no time. Even though it loops endlessly on this island, there's not enough time for me to achieve my goals. The beautiful saint studied him for a while, then nodded. Her next words sent a shiver running down Sunny's spine. Smiling pleasantly, Windflower said. Well, then you just need to destroy the loop. Chapter 1453 The Other Guest. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, looking at the charming saint. A gentle breeze blew from the river, playing with her silky hair. The dream of Aletheus Island was tranquil and at peace. Destroy the loop. Was such a thing even possible? Why wouldn't it be? The closed cycle of time had been created by Alethea of the Nine. Since it was made by someone, it could naturally be destroyed by someone else. However, the matter was not that simple. Even if Windflower could teach him how to break the loop, there would be dire ramifications if he did. Up until now, Sunny had suffered enormously due to the twisted nature of time on this harrowing island, but he was also only alive because of it. Once the loop was broken, the terrible prisoners of Aletheus Island would remain. Undying slaughter and devouring beast would remain, as well, but Sunny was not going to have the luxury of being reborn at the start of a new revolution. He would only have one chance to prevail against them and escape. It's not like I have a lot of choices. The plan Windflower suggested was a deadly one, but Sunny did not have a better solution. He did not have a lot of time to spare either. He and Cassie were doing fine, for now, but their mental states would inevitably start to crumble as the trauma of repeated, torturous deaths accumulated. It could very well be that they would never be in better condition than now. Sooner or later, they were going to start deteriorating. At least Sunny felt that they would. The question was, did he really trust Windflower? A deep sigh escaped from his lips. Looking away, Sunny lingered for a few moments, then said, updated from. Before I decide whether to agree, I need to ask you a question. The beautiful saint chuckled. Go ahead. He glanced at her darkly. When you said that we've never met before, was it a lie? Windflower's smile froze on her lips. She studied him silently for a while, the veil of friendliness finally fading from her gaze to reveal something much colder, darker, and more frightening. Finally, for the first time since they met, Sunny felt that he was standing in front of King Darren's daughter. But then the frightening abyss hiding in her eyes was gone, replaced once again by benevolent sweetness. Windflower laughed. You really are a sharp one, Sunless. Just like the other one. Sunny exhaled slowly. Why would that lunatic plot against two other plagues? Windflower shrugged. I really don't know. Is it surprising, though? The Defiled are different from us, to begin with, and your other self, Sunless, is more insane than most. That said, he was surprisingly lucid, for a nightmare creature. Sunny frowned. In what way? The charming saint contemplated for a while. It's hard to describe. I've met abominations who could talk like humans before, but never one who seemed so human-like. Even among the Defiled. In any case, it looked like he was not happy about being the Dreadlord's slave. Or liked what the Dreadlord has done after becoming the tyrant of Verge. She shrugged. You would know better about these matters than I do, though. Not because you and the Mad Prince are the same person, even, but merely because the 6 plagues were yet to appear when I was brought to Aletheus Island. In fact, I only know of their existence because of the things the defiled madman mumbled in a fit of frenzy. Sunny remained silent for a while. The Dreadlord's slave. It seemed that he did not have to wonder what fate would befall him after Nephice was killed in the future. He had thought that Mordred, the soul stealer, would be the one to use Shadow Bond and become his master after the current one disappeared. But actually, it was the Dread Lord. Kai. The corner of his mouth twitched. Who would have thought? It was a bit stupid to be hurt by something that a future, defiled version of his friend had done. And yet, Sunny couldn't help but feel a little betrayed. It had taken a lot of courage for him to open up to Effie and Kai, knowing that it would come back to bite him, in the end, felt like a punch to the gut. No. Kai would never betray me. That thing, the Dread Lord, might be the future version of him. But it is a demented nightmare creature, not my friend. Much more important was the fact that there seemed to be internal strife between the 6 plagues. Enough of it, at least, for the Mad Prince to try eliminating 2 of his fellow defiled champions, be it on the orders of the Dread Lord or of his own accord. It was great news for the cohort, and could potentially help them conquer this nightmare. Sunny sighed and asked with dark curiosity in his voice, "So what did the 2 of you talk about?" Chapter 1454 An Oath and a Promise Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1454 An Oath and a Promise. Windflower remained silent for a while, seated comfortably on her opulent bed. Eventually, she sighed. "We made a deal, he and I. I never thought that I would make a deal with a defiled abomination one day, but then again. I never thought that I'd be imprisoned in a whirlpool of time, forever, either." Sunny grew tense, staring at the beautiful saint with a grim expression. The news of her making deals with one of the 6 plagues did not bode well for the cohort. Noticing his reaction, she chuckled. "Don't look so worried, Sunless. I did not sell my soul, corrupted as it may be. The Mad Prince, he only wanted to know about Aletheus Island, and especially about how my father had managed to kill that great tyrant in the tower. The creature remains dead no matter how many times the loop resets, which seemed to be of great interest to him. I, on the other hand, wanted to know what had happened to Twilight and the other human cities on the Great River. And how it was that he appeared wearing my father's crown." Her gaze once again brushed across the crown of Twilight. She smiled softly. "Now, I know." Sunny lingered for a few moments. There were a lot of things he wanted to ask about, but it did not seem wise to press Windflower for answers. Too much. The mirror of truth was safely hidden in his sleeve, ready to grant him Neff's longing ability at any moment. Eventually, he asked, "New N0 Vel chapters are published on. How did Dayron make that tyrant stay dead?" Windflower tilted her head a little. "You want to know, as well?" "It was with the help of a very special memory. A legacy relic left behind by a dear friend. It's gone now, of course. Just like everything else is gone." Why was the Mad Prince so interested in the dead tyrant, though? Unlike me, he did not have to destroy the loop to escape the island. What did he want? Sunny tried to understand the motives of his future defiled version, but failed. It wasn't a good idea to try understanding madmen, anyway. "How did you know that one of my companions has the guiding light, then?" The beautiful saint chuckled. "How else? The madman told me that you would." Sunny froze. His eyes narrowed. "Wait." Her smile slowly disappeared, leaving behind only coldness. The beautiful saint looked at him somberly, then said, "That is why we are going to make another deal, you and I." Sunny met her heavy gaze and shifted slightly. "What deal might that be?" Windflower stared at him for a few moments, then smiled darkly. "It's simple, really. I will teach you how to break the cycle of time. In return, Sunless, you will kill me." His expression cracked for a moment. "What?" The beautiful saint nodded. "You will make an oath that after the loop is destroyed and before corruption swallows my soul, you will kill me. That is the only way I'll show you how to escape Aletheus Island with all your companions." Sunny looked at her solemnly. He couldn't say that he didn't understand. Indeed, if he was in Windflower's place, he would have preferred death to turning into a nightmare creature. At least, he hoped that he would. But still. Wasn't it just too sad? Sunny sighed. "You want to die?" Hearing his question, Windflower chuckled. You make it sound so serious. Her enchanting azure eyes ignited with humorous sparks. Remember, Sunless. I am not even a real person. I've been conjured by the spell to play a role in this nightmare, and so, there is no purpose for my existence outside the nightmare. So, wouldn't it be a fitting end for a creature like me, to be killed by a real person like you? By a person who will conquer the nightmare? She fell silent, looking into the window with a distant expression on her beautiful, charming face. After a few moments of silence, she added in a softer tone. I won't ask you for another oath, Sunless. But, make me a promise, if you will. That you'll conquer this nightmare, indeed. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at her with a heavy expression. Eventually, he sighed and opened his mouth to speak. Not long after that, he was back on the deck of the chain breaker. Chapter 1455 Puppet Master. The white beach was shrouded in mist once again. The bright and beautiful vista of Windflower's dream was gone, replaced by the chilling gloom of reality. Surrounded by the flowing fog and dreadful silence, Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. His heart was beating wildly, full of crippling panic and boundless dread. These feelings were not something he wanted to feel, or had a reason to. Rather, they were simply an instinctual response caused by meeting countless harrowing ends in this misty hell. Even when Sunny was calm, his body remembered every torturous death, every heart-wrenching loss, and every pained cry. The sight of the white fog enveloping the chain breaker was a promise of many more torments to come. He took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his heart. It was getting harder and harder to do with each new revolution. A few moments later, Sunny let out a long sigh and turned around. Cassie was facing him with a somber expression on her pale face. She lingered for a few moments, then leaned heavily on the guiding light and asked in a quiet voice. So? How did it go? He looked away. I met her. There is a lot to discuss. We should bring Jet back first. The blind girl nodded listlessly, then walked over to Nightmare, adjusted the stirrups, and climbed into the saddle. A few moments later, she disappeared into the mist. Nephice had been observing them tiredly. Her brow was furrowed into a deep frown. Glancing at Sunny, she asked. What is going on? He met her gaze and sighed. Cassie is off to find Jet. Let's just rest for a bit, please. I'll explain everything when they return. She studied his face for a few moments, as if wanting to ask more. Eventually, however, Nephi simply nodded and said in her usual emotionless tone. You don't look too well. Sunny looked at her. Neph was not in the best state herself, she seemed spent and exhausted, almost ready to topple at any moment. Her already pale face was drained of all color, her eyes sunken and slightly unfocused. The slumped shoulders, the sickly pallor, the feverish gaze, these were the symptoms of extreme essence exhaustion. He smiled. You look beautiful, though. With that, Sunny lowered himself to the deck and leaned against the railing. Nephice remained motionless for a few moments, flustered. Then, she silently sat down near him and rested the back of her head on the ancient wood. I'll wait until Cassie returns, then. Updated from bearing the visage of the horrid lunatic whose remnant once appeared in his dream, Sunny shook his head. No, that is impossible. He is a nightmare creature. But then again, Windflower had mentioned that the Mad Prince seemed strangely lucid for an abomination. Why would he be? Suddenly, a strange idea appeared in Sunny's mind. He froze for a moment, then lowered his gaze and glanced at Neff's sword. Was it because the Mad Prince was haunted by the sin of solace? The sword wraith was supposed to slowly drive a human insane. What would its effect on a nightmare creature be, then? What would madness mean to a being whose mind was inherently alien to all things human? Sunny did not know why, but he felt that he somehow stumbled on a glimpse of truth. If the wraith born from a sinister whisper of Ariel, the demon of dread, had indeed helped his future self maintain a sliver of humanity even after becoming defiled, then he still wouldn't be an ally. However, it was entirely possible that the Mad Prince had other goals than the plagues did. Just what is my evil twin scheming? Sunny did not know. In fact, after learning so much, he felt that he knew even less than he had before. He was sure of one thing, though. The sinister shadow of the Mad Prince was behind everything that had happened in the nightmare so far. And that was an indescribably chilling thought. Sunny knew himself all too well, after all. Even slightly lucid, he was a very scary enemy to have. Chapter 1456 Do What You Want Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1456 Do What You Want. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. Cassie and Jet soon returned to the Chainbreaker. Sunny had explained the basic information about the loop to Nephi's by then, however, he kept the things Windflower had told him to himself, for the time being. Not because he was reluctant to share the knowledge, but simply because he did not want to repeat it all for the second time once they reached Defi. The cohort set out to the far side of the island without any delay. As they traveled, made weapons, fought abominations, and hid in the forest to wait out the more harrowing ones, Sunny couldn't help but think about Windflower. And the oath he had made. Kill her. Sunny's flaw did not compel him to fulfill any oaths, it just prevented him from making an insincere one. Still, he was free to change his mind at any moment. Can I kill her? Of course, he could. However, it would be an understatement to say that Sunny was reluctant to. He was not an innocent man. In fact, there was plenty of human blood on his hands. He had even enjoyed killing some of his victims, albeit very few. Mostly, he did not like it one bit. The thought of killing someone like Windflower was abhorrent. He admired the charming saint from a different world a great deal. He also felt a lot of compassion for her tragic plight. And yet, bitterly, there was nothing else he could do for her. Death was the only mercy he could give Windflower. How fitting. Shadow God would have been proud. Sunny had even considered surrendering the Mirror of Truth to her. But there was very little chance that it would help. Yes, Windflower would be able to delay the spread of corruption by a few hours if she borrowed Neff's aspect ability. But there was almost no hope that the seed of corruption would not only be temporarily hindered, but disappear as a result. Once the Mirror of Truth crumbled, the seed would most likely still be there, in Windflower's soul. Then, only death would be able to save her. Even knowing that the chance was infinitely small, Sunny had still offered his memory to the beautiful saint. It was a very rare thing, for him to act selflessly in that way. But she refused. Windflower did not explain her reasons, but Sunny suspected that it was because of the first seeker and how precious the Mirror of Truth would be if someone wanted to destroy the abominable creature. Curse it. Feeling grim, Sunny went through the motions of traversing Aletheus Island. Some time later, the 5 members of the cohort were together once again. Sunny had finally shared his findings with his companions, not holding anything back. Their reactions, just as he had expected, were very intense. It was not every day that one learned about the origin of their own world. Well, here on Aletheus Island, one could. But generally speaking, news of this caliber was exceedingly rare. Eventually, the heated discussion died down. Tired of trying to comprehend divine matters, Sunny and his companions turned their attention to more mundane issues. The 6 plagues, and the Mad Prince. I just don't know what he wants. I see how that it's funny, considering that he is me, but he is also a nightmare creature, and almost entirely mad. I can't tell. They need to destroy the source of the defilement and save the... But then, she suddenly fell silent. The rest of them were silent, too. No, saving the river people is not the goal of the nightmare. Sunny gritted his teeth. The goal of the nightmare was never straightforward. There was one conflict at the heart of each seed, yes, but many possible solutions. In the case of this nightmare, the conflict was about the fate of the Great River civilization. One possible solution would be to destroy the source of the defilement and save the river people. But another, no less valid, solution would be to ensure their annihilation. Once every human in the tomb of Ariel was either dead or defiled, the conflict would have been resolved, as well. His eyes widened a little. Are you trying to say that the plagues went on a rampage across the great river, destroying the cities of the Sibyls one after another, to conquer the nightmare? Nephi stared into the fire, dancing flames reflecting in her beautiful gray eyes. That would make sense, would it not? Their goal is the opposite of ours. But, more than that, since we know what their ambition is and that it's different from the Mad Prince's, we can also guess what he wants. She looked at Sunny and shrugged. It seems to me that what your future self wants is to make sure that this nightmare never ends. Or at least that it doesn't end the way the other plagues desire. Ah, I might be wrong, of course. Sunny suddenly remembered the dream where he met the remnant of the Mad Prince. The hatred in the abomination's voice when he called Sunny a murderer. Why would that bastard want the nightmare to last forever? Or does he want something else? As a deep scowl appeared on his face, Cassie asked calmly, her voice pulling him back to their conversation. So, what then? Should we just sit back and relax while the plagues conquer the nightmare for us? Nephi glanced at her, then slowly shook her head. First of all, we don't know how long it will take. Secondly, I don't want to release these monsters into the waking world. She looked at them somberly, remained silent for a moment, and then added in a flat tone. Most importantly, whether we like it or not, we are also here in the tomb of Ariel. Cassie assumed the role of the ruler of fallen grace. Effie and Jet are the last of the river nomads. If the 6 plagues want to eradicate all humans on the Great River, they won't be able to achieve that goal unless they eradicate us, too. A strange smile appeared on his face. It's almost as if the core of this nightmare is to throw 2 versions of our cohort at each other, and see which one survives. She shook her head. Of course, one of these versions is vastly more powerful. While the other has me. Chapter 1457 Hunting Stronger Beasts. In the end, Sunny had once again drawn the map of Aletheus Island on the ground. Only, this time, it was much more detailed. He also knew where most of the truly dangerous nightmare creatures would be at any given point. His time map was complete. The members of the cohort studied it for a while, listening to his explanations. Sunny described the prisoners of the nightmarish island in as much detail as he could, sometimes relying on Cassie to provide the most crucial pieces of information. As the 2 of them spoke in turns, the faces of their companions grew more and more somber. Eventually, Sunny looked at the map with a dark expression and fell silent for a few moments. When he spoke again, his voice was even. Destroying the loop will not be easy. However, it is what comes after we destroy it that is truly dangerous. He pointed to the map. We will still be trapped on the island after the loop is broken. And, the rest of its prisoners will be, as well. These terrible nightmare creatures, as well as undying slaughter and devouring beast. But this time, none of us will be revived by the loop, should we die. Sunny looked at his companions. Which means that we will have only one attempt to escape this hell alive. Despite his solemn tone, Effie suddenly chuckled. He threw her an annoyed glance at her, then asked. What's so funny? She shook her head. No, nothing. Sorry, but that's how it usually goes, isn't it? If you die, you die. Cassie and you might have been living by a different set of rules recently, but for the rest of us, everything is pretty much how it has always been. He sighed. Well, she's not wrong. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, the loop had messed with his perception of life and death. But for Effie, Jet, and Nephi's, what he had warned them about was already perfectly natural. Sunny shrugged. Well, good. Keep that attitude. In any case, what I meant is that there can't be any mistakes. We will have one day to destroy the loop. On that day, 3 things need to happen. As he spoke, the tip of the Sin of Solace traced a few marks on the map. The shrine, the lake, and the tower. We must retrieve the enchantment key from the shrine and find something on the bottom of the lake before entering the tower. Once inside, we will be able to achieve our goal. If we do it before the day ends. His voice grew somber. She smiled. We know their flaws, don't we? I mean that we should wait for them to grow weak from hunger, then finish the wretches off to make sure that they don't get a chance to escape. Listening to her, Nephi nodded. Effie looked away, her smile dimming. After a moment of silence, she added quietly. I might not be the most useful member of the cohort currently, but I think we should try. Nephi seemed to share her opinion. Undying slaughter and devouring beast might die on this island, anyway, but they might also escape the same way we are planning to escape, or through some other means. There won't be a better opportunity for us to strike down 2 of the plagues. So, I think we should try, as well. Cassie remained silent, while Sunny shrugged. I don't know. I think I'd rather just leave them behind and run the hell away. All attention concentrated on Jet. She did not speak for a while, then asked with a faint grin. Aren't you all forgetting something? Effie and I have the same flaws as those 2 monsters. If they starve, we'll starve, too. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then let out a resentful sigh. That can be solved. Not a problem. Soul Reaper glanced at him briefly, then shrugged. Well, then. I vote we kill ourselves, too. She blinked a couple of times. I mean, kill our future selves. You guys get what I mean, right? Sunny let out a stifled chuckle and nodded. Yes, we get it. Let's kill some plagues, why don't we? They spent the rest of the revolution discussing the plan in great detail. Once it was over, a new revolution started, just like it always did. But this one, hopefully, was going to be their last. Chapter 1458. One last time. Sunny waited for a moment, then slowly straightened and looked around. The white mist of Aletheus Island surrounded the chain breaker. The last time. This is the last time. He turned around and nodded at Cassie. Without wasting a single moment, she climbed into Nightmare's saddle and disappeared into the fog. Sunny, meanwhile, faced Nephi and asked. Are you all right? She was looking in the direction where Cassie had gone to with a frown on her tired face. Hearing his question, Nephi turned. I'm fine. I can still fight. He smiled. That's what I wanted to hear. Before you ask where Cassie had gone, let me explain a few things. Taking a step closer, Sunny placed his hand on Neff's shoulders and leaned forward a little. Her alabaster face had suddenly turned even more motionless than it usually was. First of all, this is not the first time we are having this conversation. You just don't remember all the previous ones. The vortex surrounding this island, you see, is not a mundane vortex. It is a whirlpool of time, and so, time moves in a circle on this island. The same day repeats itself endlessly, and we have lived it dozens of times already. Neff's eyes widened slightly. A different person would have been stunned into silence by such a bizarre proclamation, but not her. Only a few moments later, she asked evenly. How come you remember, and I don't, then? Sunny pointed to her sword. It's because of the sin of solace. It remembers, and so, I've come to remember as well. After a while, Cassie did, too. Which is both a blessing and a curse. Neff, believe it or not, we have severely underestimated how dreadful of a hell this island is. We've already died countless times, each death more terrible than the last. Cassie, you, me, each of us was killed over and over again. Nephi studied his face with a hint of indignation on her pale face. Before she could retort, though, Sunny grinned. However, that is in the past. This time, we have a plan, one that will allow us to break the loop, save Jet and Effie, and escape this hellish place once and for all. You just need to trust me, well, and fight like your life depends on it. Can you do that? She remained silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. Sure. But, as you can tell, my essence is utterly exhausted. I'm not exactly in the best shape. He smiled. That's all right. Don't worry, you still look beautiful. Sunny raised an eyebrow, then smiled faintly. Well, yes. It wasn't easy. Looking away, she lingered for a moment, and said, "It must have been hard on me, as well." Sunny's smile slowly disappeared. It must have been. Yeah. He knew it very well. No matter how torturous his deaths had been, in the end, watching his companions die had been so much more painful. Nephi's did not remember any of the previous revolutions, but that did not mean that she had not lived them. Every time Sunny had ventured into the mist and never returned, she would have learned of his deaths from the runes. She would have had a reason to keep an eye on them, after all, unlike him. And so, she would have lived the rest of each revolution knowing that he had been killed. Walking slightly behind him, Nephi took a deep breath. "Sunny. I'll make sure that none of us dies, this time." She paused, and then added quietly, white sparks igniting in her eyes. "If this is really the last time, we might as well burn this entire island down." He stared at her in amusement. "How are you going to burn anything down?" "Get some essence back first, you maniac." Nephi coughed. After a few moments of silence, she suddenly asked in a perfectly even voice. "So, in all these revolutions, has something else happened? For example, between us?" Sunny glanced at her nonchalantly. "Has it ever?" After a few moments of silence, he shrugged. "Well. You made me breakfast once. With dessert." He could have sworn that Nephi almost stumbled. Chapter 1459 Musical Diversion. As they approached the bone orchard, Sunny felt a swift shadow approaching them from the mist. Soon, Nightmare dove out of the swirling fog, carrying Cassie and Jet on his back. Jet was pale and bleeding from the wounds on her back, but she seemed calm and composed. Cassie should have already explained what was going on to her. If Soul Reaper had questions, she was keeping them to herself. "Hey, Sunny." Her voice was a little hoarse. Climbing down from the black stallion, Jet remained silent for a moment, then looked at him with a dark smile. "I hear that you have a plan to kill that thing in the mist." "Good. Count me in." New N0 Vel chapters are published on. Then, she chuckled quietly. "Where are my manners?" "Greeting to you too, Changing Star. Thanks for coming to pick me up." Nephi studied her for a few moments, then nodded silently. With that out of the way, the cohort proceeded to the bone orchard. Soon, a forest of towering bones appeared from the mist. Cassie led everyone to the hollow butterfly while Sunny looked around with a grim expression. He had not summoned the fragment yet, nor had he made use of the Mirror of Truth. Sunny wanted to only use the former if there was no other choice. As for the latter was needed for their eventual fight against the First Seeker, so he had to preserve it at all costs. Which was not to say that he had nothing else prepared to make this last revolution special. Once they were standing in front of the monstrous butterfly, the usual routine of making its legs into pikes was abandoned. Instead, Cassie took Jet and Nephi aside to teach them about the cavern terror in detail. Sunny, meanwhile, sighed and sat down on a protruding bone fragment. This time, there was too much for the cohort to do within a single revolution. Which was why there was no other choice but to split the tasks between him and Cassie. Cassie was going to lead Nephi and Jet, as well as Saint and Fiend, into the caverns to slay the terror. Then, they would complete a couple minor tasks, and venture into the overgrown shrine to retrieve the enchantment key. Sunny would have to travel to the far side of the island above ground, retrieve Effie, and visit the Blood Lake. Of course, none of these tasks could be completed fast enough, considering how dangerous and teeming with harrowing nightmare creatures the island was. Which was why he had to create a diversion, somehow. As he sat and looked at the hollow butterfly with a dark expression, Sunny summoned a flute made out of emerald bone and absent-mindedly brought it to his lips. Soon, a slow, sorrowful melody echoed in the mist. And sent a flood of essence into the emerald flute while his fingers danced across its surface. The melody he played suddenly grew vicious and angry. In the next moment, the bone orchard stirred. Sitting on a fragment of an ancient bone, Sunny played a bone flute. Cold sweat was rolling down his face. All around him, the towering remains of unspeakable horrors were moving and stirring, slowly coming back to life, or at least to some semblance of life. Jet was watching that chilling scene with a strange expression on her face. I really hope it works. The sepulchre song, enchantment could raise the dead, but Sunny had never found a use for it until now. Yes, it had taken him a long time to teach himself how to play the flute well enough to produce a coherent melody, but that was not the problem. Actually, he had been good enough to activate the enchantment for a while now. The problem was that once the dead were raised, they would not be under his command. On the contrary, the risen corpses would be murderous, wicked, and entirely beyond his control. The only way to control them was by playing another melody. And that melody, Sunny had not been able to master before becoming trapped within the loop. Even after experimenting with it on Eletheus Island, he was not entirely confident that he would be able to enthrall the murderous corpses. There was nothing like a swarm of giant dead leviathans to make him feel motivated, though. If it doesn't work, I might just become one of these corpses myself. As his fingers started to tremble, Sunny continued to play an angry melody. Chapter 1460 Dead March. The sepulchre song was an active enchantment that consumed as much essence as the number and power of the corpses stirred into a murderous rage by its power was. An ascended could wreak a lot of havoc with its help. But not nearly as much havoc as Sunny, an ascended tyrant whose soul was augmented by Neph's flame, could. Influenced by the angry melody he was playing, most of the bone orchard was already in motion. Some of the giant skeletal remains were too severely damaged to assemble into the semblance of a whole creature, but there were plenty of dead abominations who could. Some of them had clearly been aquatic abominations in the past. Nevertheless, they slithered and crawled forward in the throes of bloodlust. Some of them seemed to have been able to walk on land. Those were moving much faster to kill something, as quickly and as cruelly as possible. Slowly, towering figures rose from the ground in a cacophony of groaning bones. The terrifying bloodlust and murderous rage emanated by them were almost palpable. Crap, crap, crap. Both of Sunny's hands were busy with the flute, and he obviously could not speak. Aloud, that was. Go now. Giving up on soothing the murderous corpses with a pleasant melody, Sunny lowered the bone singer, and commanded Nightmare to run as fast as the black stallion could. A moment later, the two of them were already flying between the staggering skeletons, heading for the forest. An army of dead giants pursued. Even the hollow butterfly took to the sky, one flap of its mighty wing sending a hurricane gale across the bone orchard, or rather, the former bone orchard. Left without the great monster's care, its eggs were cracking and bursting open, the corpses of revolting maggots crawling out of them while burning with bloodlust. Great, go fight the harvester, you ugly bug, gods, I hate butterflies. Sunny dove under the protection of the ancient pines, only to hear them snap and shatter a few moments later. The dead leviathans he had risen might not have been as enormous as devouring beast, but they were giant and powerful enough to bulldoze through the misty forest. Now, he only hoped that they would be sturdy and powerful enough to last a while against the harrowing prisoners of Eletheus Island. And that his essence would last long enough. And that they would not catch up to him in Nightmare before getting distracted by some unfortunate abomination. Faster! Gritting his teeth, Sunny flew through the mist. Effie was waiting for him on the other side of the island. Chapter 1461 Encore. Updated from. Pursued by an army of dead giants, Sunny and Nightmare flew through the mist. The shambling corpses were tearing through the forest like an avalanche, uprooting countless ancient pines and turning them into splinters. The thunderous clamor of it all spread far and wide, making it seem as if the entire island was falling apart. If that would not attract the attention of the nightmare creature hiding in the fog, Sunny did not know what would. Almost there. He was not just running blindly. Instead, Sunny was leading his skeletal followers along the southern edge of the island, aiming to pull them to Undying Slaughter's hunting grounds, or even further west. The map of the island was shimmering in his mind, with various nightmare creatures moving across it according to where they were supposed to be at the moment. It would be good to attract as many abominations as possible. The chain reaction of them abandoning the usual routes and habits was going to clear the northern part of the island, where all of the cohort's goals were, to a large degree. But Sunny was going to be happy as long as the harrowing mist wraith got implicated by the appearance of the undead stampede. These ancient skeletons he had risen were not truly alive, and thus possessed neither souls nor soul essence. They were the worst possible enemy Undying Slaughter could meet, considering that she would not be able to replenish whatever essence she spent to destroy the murderous corpses. It was a bit ironic, really. Above US. I'd say, it's a success. By the time the abandoned port of Aletheus Island appeared from the mist, Sunny was only followed by a few most persistent corpses. The rest had been left in the dust, fighting the various horrors of this cursed place. Throwing one last glance at the murderous dead giants, Sunny smiled and dissolved into the shadows. His job here was done. Now, he had to rush to the other side of the island to find Effie. Really, now? Gliding through the darkness, Sunny sighed. Was there a need for such a reaction? Surely, my musical talent is not that terrible. Chapter 1462 Smooth Ride. Eventually, Sunny reached the far side of the island. Diving out of the shadows, he staggered a little and sighed. His reserves of essence were mostly empty. Luckily, the speed with which he was losing essence was not that great, by now, which meant that many of the risen corpses had already been destroyed by the prisoners of Aletheus Island. His journey across the misty forest had been much more swift and uneventful than it would have been otherwise, though, so it was well worth it. Come dusk, his essence would be replenished. That said, he was going to have to be very careful after reaching the Blood Lake. Sunny shook his head and headed forward, with Nightmare following him in the shadows. His steps were fast and silent. He crested a tall hill and jumped over a rock outcropping, then raised a hand without ever slowing down. Catching a lightning-fast spear, Sunny grunted and slid back a few steps. Then, he walked over to Effie and nonchalantly put the spear into her hand. Here. You dropped this. The huntress stared at him in bewilderment. Doofus? He let out a mental sigh. Here we go again. Sunny patted her on the shoulder and smiled. Who else would it be? Yes, it's me. Before you ask, this is not the first time we're having this conversation. Actually, time moves in a circle on this island. Updated from. He gave her a short explanation, going over the strange nature of Aletheus Island and their plan. So, in conclusion, don't feel too disappointed. I promise, I was utterly flabbergasted and thoroughly teased by you the first 10 times around. Nephice, too. Anyway, Uncle Sunny is here now. You can relax. He swallowed an indignant retort and forced out a smile. Who says you're going to ride my big, proud, and powerful steed? Taking a step to the side, he pointed to the big alloy chest standing on the ground between them. Climb on. That's your ride for today. Effie studied the covetous coffer for a few moments, then awkwardly climbed on its lid. She flashed Sunny a grin. Now, what was it about riding your big end? Before she could finish, though, countless alloy legs appeared from beneath the large chest, rising it above ground. Surprised, Effie let out a short yelp. Sunny grinned. Meet the locomotive chiffonnier. The smoothest ride on Aletheus Island. With that, he jumped into the saddle and sent Nightmare into a medium trot. The alloy chest scurried to follow them, its countless legs rustling as they tore the moss. Effie remained seated atop the covetous coffer with a very strange expression on her face. Nevertheless, she seemed rather comfortable, and the speed of their small party was not at all slow. In fact, they were moving very fast. Most of the nightmare creatures inhabiting the island had been lured south by the shambling corpses, so Sunny could allow himself to head straight to the lake without any delays. After a while, the ancient pines receded, and they came into view of a large open space. The mist here was less thick, so Sunny stopped Nightmare at the edge of the forest. He did not want to risk attracting the harvester's attention, even if the hidden horror of the skies had been attacked by the hollow butterfly not too long ago. In front of them was a vast plain of dark crimson liquid. The lake might have been crystal clear once, but now, its waters were painted red by blood. The source of that blood could be seen in the distance, drifting on the lake's surface. It was a gargantuan, dreadful creature that vaguely resembled a winged something. Its dark flesh was torn and mutilated, and many horrible wounds revealed its glistening innards. Sunny shuddered to imagine what kind of enemy could have killed the winged giant so brutally. He did know one thing, though. The blood lake was absolutely deadly. Every time Sunny had tried to explore it, he had died in harrowing agony without even knowing what killed him. Anyone who touched the bloody water would die. Still sitting atop the covetous coffer, Effie shivered. So, what kind of terrible abominations live in this charming lake? Remembering what Windflower had told him, Sunny stared at the crimson liquid with a dark expression. None, sort of. He sighed. Instead, the lake itself is an abomination. Chapter 1463 The More They Desired plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1463 The More They Desired. Sunny studied the tranquil surface of the crimson lake, unnerved. He had died in its waters a few times, and each of those deaths was both torturous and gruesome. But now that he knew what had caused him to die, he felt even more wary of the red water than before. Indeed, the entire blood lake was, in a sense, a nightmare creature. However, it was not a single living being. Instead, there were mindless, microscopic, insatiable creatures living in the bloody water, too tiny to see and too numerous to count. Each drop of the bloody water contained millions of them. Sunny had fought and killed many abominations, from titanic behemoths to insect-like vermin that hunted in giant swarms. However, he had never faced nightmare creatures that were no different from flesh-eating bacteria. The whole lake had become a colony for these tiny horrors. Sunny did not know whether they had come from inside the giant corpse, or if the winged being simply was one of their victims. Perhaps it was both. What he did know was that the abomination's blood provided nearly endless nourishment for the tiny devourers, allowing them to propagate at astonishing speed and infect the entire lake. Thus becoming the lake. No wonder he had died screaming in its crimson waters. Sunny took a deep breath, dismounted, and gave Effie a grim look. Stay away from the water. The huntress climbed off the covetous coffer and sighed. Yeah. I gathered that much, but, Sunny. How are you going to kill a lake? Short of somehow evaporating the entire thing, I don't see a way. He hesitated. Indeed, how was anyone supposed to kill a lake? Sunny shook his head, then headed toward the shore. I don't think I can kill it. Making it out of that lake alive, though. I think I'll manage. He manipulated the mist to cover their approach and stuck to the shadows. Tense, they made their way to the shore. Effie stayed back, but Sunny walked to the very edge of the crimson water. The overbearing stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. Feeling incredibly uncomfortable, Sunny took a deep breath and summoned a memory. White sparks swirled around his hand, and soon, a beautiful chalice of white jade appeared in his hand, overflowing with sinister black liquid. The bitter cusp, a cup of poison that the Jade Queen had once served her rapacious guests. Despite the fact that Sunny had started his awakened career as a poisoner, he did not use this memory often. The last time he had, it was to coat the arrows and bullets of the first evacuation army soldiers with the black venom. It helped them a lot during the mad dash to Falcon Scott. But who knew it would come in handy today? Sending all 5 of his shadows to wrap themselves around the bitter cusp, Sunny tilted it and watched as a stream of black liquid fell into the crimson water. The poison flowed and flowed. Updated from. Sunny dismissed Ananke's mantle and gave her a dark look. After a few moments of silence, he said. What do you think? Now, I'm going to go for a swim. Effie's eyes grew round. What? Swimming in an abominable lake wasn't enough, so you decided to add deadly poison to the soup first? He couldn't suppress a short laugh. Well, I am immune to most poisons. It's going to sting a bit, for sure, but with some luck, it will be all right. He sighed, then dismissed the bitter cusp and called the 5 shadows back. Evaluating how much essence he had left, Sunny then opened the gate of the shadow lantern and manifested the shadow spawn shell around his body. Summoning the mantle to cover it with a layer of onyx armor, he reinforced that armor with 5 layers of augmentation, and then gave Effie a wink. She seemed to pale a little at the sight. "I'm off. There is some food in the coffer. I told it not to bite your hands off, so feel free to explore." With that, Sunny cursed inwardly and dove into the hungry, man-eating lake. Chapter 1464 Sunny Submarine. Wrapped in the protective shell of shadows and the onyx carapace of the mantle, Sunny breathed with the help of the essence pearl and fell into the murky depths. He had swum away from the shore and then manipulated his weight to plunge down like a rock. The water pressing down on him was crimson and dark. It was also poisoned and teeming with myriads of invisible, gluttonous horrors. Ah! He didn't like it at all. The poison of the bitter cusp had spread far, by now, and should have killed numerous microscopic creatures that permeated the bloody water. The rest should have been weakened, as well. But was it enough to save him? Sunny was going to find out soon. "I haven't received any fragments, either. What a scam." His shadow shell was like a diving suit, with no gaps or seams that could allow the terrifying tiny creatures to reach his flesh. The mantle covering the shell was like a layer of armor, reinforced 5 times over by his shadows. In a sense, Sunny was like a miniature submarine. His task, accordingly, was to explore the bottom of the lake without being crushed and swallowed by its depths. However, he could already feel myriads of tiny teeth, or whatever it was that the invisible horrors had instead of teeth, gnawing at his black carapace. The mantle was holding, at least for now, but the shell was sustaining damage. It was as if its outer surface was slowly dissolving and being washed away by the crimson water. That's pretty bad. Feeling the lake starting to devour and digest his shell, Sunny felt cold horror wash over him. However, he managed to maintain his composure. In fact, the situation was better than he had expected. Sure, his improvised diving suit was being devoured, but at a much slower rate than usual. The poison of the bitter cusp was doing its job. As long as the mantle held and the exposed surface of the shadow shell was limited, he could repair it faster than the lake was destroying it. Even if his onyx armor started to crack and disintegrate, he would be able to keep up with the relentless attrition for a while. Summoning more shadows from the lantern, Sunny went about mending the dissolving form of the shadow spawn. At the same time, his feet touched the bottom of the lake. Pushing himself through the water, he walked forward. Surrounded by the crimson gloom and incalculable amount of abominable microscopic killers, he advanced deeper into the blood lake. Its bottom was strangely smooth and regular, hinting at its artificial origin. Well, the whole island was artificial, so Sunny should not have been surprised that this lake, too, had been created by Alethea of the Nine instead of appearing naturally. He was starting to feel nervous. Windflower had described what he had to find and what he needed to do, but she did not know the precise location of their goal. So, Sunny had to search for it himself. Depending on his luck, the search could take a relatively small amount of time, or last very long. The former was fine, but the latter meant certain death. He did not have a lot of essence left to maintain the shadow shell, after all. Damn it. The deeper into the lake Sunny walked, the harder it became to advance. The rock surface under his feet was still smooth, angled down at a shallow angle, but there were more and more obstacles in his path. These obstacles were the remains of numerous nightmare creatures. Sunny had thought that the Bone Orchard was the only monster graveyard on the island, but he was wrong. It seemed that the Blood Lake was the place that Alethea had used to dispose of the carcasses of the most abominations she slayed. He couldn't help but notice that the towering remains he had to either climb over or walk around had all belonged to nightmare creatures that were not made of flesh and bone. Instead, these had been abominations whose monstrous bodies had been composed of steel, stone, clay, glass, and all kinds of different materials. What a treasury! Sunny felt like his muscles were about to explode, but then, finally, he felt the ancient steel give. The heavy circle rose above the metal ring by a centimeter, then a few centimeters more. Without wasting any time, Sunny plunged the Sin of Solace deeper, changed its angle, and continued to pull. The lake was suddenly in mayhem all around him. And then, finally, the impossibly heavy steel lid rose above the metal ring. Letting go of his sword, Sunny grabbed its edge with all four of his hands, grunted, and raised the lid as high as he could while displacing a great amount of water. Standing on the metal ring, Sunny supported the lid with his shoulder and glanced down. Below him was nothing. Or rather, a long vertical shaft cut through the bedrock that led to nothing. He was looking at the abyss below the island. And all around him, the crimson water of the blood lake was already rushing into the hidden drain, falling into that abyss from a great height. The power of the current almost threw Sunny down, as well, but he somehow managed to hold on. As time passed, the pressure grew more and more terrible, as more and more water fell from the bottom of the island into unfathomable darkness like a red waterfall. Ah, hell. My shoulder hurts. Eventually, Sunny gritted his teeth and threw the lid of the drain sluice entirely open, then staggered back. By then, the water was only high enough to reach up to his shoulders. Some time later, it disappeared entirely, leaving him standing on wet rock. The blood lake was gone. Its crimson waters, and all the tiny horrors populating it, had been drained into the lightless abyss under the levitating island. Standing at the bottom of a vast bowl cut into the stone soil of Aletheus Island, Sunny sighed and looked up. Out there, far away, on the former shore of the lake, Effie was looking down at him with a strange expression. He remained motionless for a moment, then raised a hand and waved at her. Inside the shredded shadow shell, Sunny's face was pale. He had survived, somehow. Yeah. Let's not do anything like that again. Chapter 1465 Rendezvous. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking around. The bottom of the lake was dry now, revealing the towering remains of the ancient nightmare creatures. Well, relatively dry. Although most of the water had been drained into the dark abyss, large puddles of it still remained here and there. The remains of the abominations were still glistening with moisture, as well. Which meant that countless invisible horrors were still crawling all over their surface. He was not going to fiend with these abandoned treasures anytime soon. Damnation. Sunny's shell was still being eroded, as well. Luckily, the rate at which it was dissolving had decreased drastically. By now, he would be able to climb out of the empty lake and discard his ragged diving suit without being eaten alive. Looking up, he saw the mist slowly flowing down the slopes of the former lake. Very soon, it was going to shroud everything here, just like everywhere else on the island. Turning slightly, Sunny stared at the corpse of the giant winged creature and fought the temptation to try and fish the soul shards out of it. But no, there was no time, and the corpse still gave him a sense of danger. There had to be countless invisible creatures permeating it, after all. Even if the dead abomination was not the original source of the contamination, it was without a doubt being slowly devoured from the inside by it. Finally, Sunny glanced at the slope of the lakeshore. There, not obscured by the crimson water anymore, several dark openings were revealed, each a few meters in diameter. Those were the aqueducts that used to feed water into the moat of Aletheus Tower. Now that the lake had been drained, the moat would soon run dry out, as well, dealing the first blow to the system of enchantments maintaining the time loop. Which meant that Sunny's mission here was accomplished. He hesitated for a few moments, then threw one last glance at the darkness hiding beneath the island. Struggling against the sudden sense of vertigo, Sunny walked to where the lid of the sluice gate was laying on the wet stone, gathered his strength, and threw it back in place with a grunt. The massive steel circle fell back into the metal ring with a loud ringing sound, obscuring the lightless abyss. Immediately, Sunny felt a little calmer. I should hurry up. Aletheus Island was strangely peaceful. Most of the nightmare creatures had left their usual haunts, attracted by the havoc that the dead army had wreaked on the southern shore. Of course, the risen corpses had all been destroyed by now, and the dreadful abominations were on their way back north. Nevertheless, Sunny and Effie had a narrow window of time to slip to the rendezvous point without meeting any obstacles. Eventually, they reached the maw of the wide chasm that had given Sunny so much trouble in the past. Dismissing Nightmare and the covetous coffer, he led Effie to its edge, and helped her glide to the bottom with the help of the dark wing. Down there, the rock's walls of the chasm were emanating searing heat, and the stench of burned chitin was almost unbearable. The charred corpses of the revolting millipedes crunched under their feet like autumn leaves and crumbled into ash. Despite the fact that Sunny was used to this scene, he still felt nauseated. Effie looked sickened, as well. Covering her nose, she asked, "What the hell happened here?" Sunny forced out a smile. "Nephi's happened." The huntress stared at him for a moment, then coughed, understanding. The two of them made their way into the deeper part of the canyon, trying not to look around. Soon, they saw a dim light ahead. Sunny tensed when he recognized the soft radiance of the guiding light, but then let out a sigh of relief. 5 figures were there, in the shadow of a large rock outcropping. One was standing, one was sprawled on the ground, and 3 were sitting tiredly, their backs leaning against the rocks. Saint was the one standing. Her onyx armor seemed strangely brittle and dull, but there were not many cracks on it, as well as very little ruby dust smeared across its surface. Fiend was the one sprawled on the ground. The infernal flames burning in his eyes were much dimmer than usual, but there was no damage on his black-silver armor. In any case, he was alive. Nephis, Cassie, and Jet were in one piece, too. They seemed pale and strangely listless, but there were no terrible wounds on their bodies, nor was there much blood on their clothes. They had pulled through. Chapter 1466 Hidden Chamber. Sunny and Effie approached them quietly. "Hey! Long time no see." Effie's energetic voice echoes across the canyon, prompting a weak response from the 3 masters. Cassie flinched slightly, while Nephis and Jet turned to look at them with dim expressions. After a moment of silence, Soul Reaper forced out a smile. "Ah. It's you, Glutton. Yeah, it's good to see you too." The 3 were clearly shaken by their experience in the overgrown shrine. Sunny only knew that the creature that dwelled there was powerful and ancient. Even Windflower did not know much about it, except for the fact that it did not possess a physical body. Therefore, Jet's glaive and Neff's purifying flames were their best bet to destroy it. With Cassie's supernatural intuition and affinity to revelations, as well as Saint's dark blade, they stood a good chance of, if not prevailing against the shrine horror, then at least getting the enchantment key and escaping alive. Walking over to the 3 masters, Sunny studied their conditions for a few moments, then turned to Cassie. "Did you get it?" She nodded slowly and raised a hand. On it lay a strange gemstone engraved with countless runes. Unlike the soul crystal of the guiding light, this gemstone seemed to absorb light, not produce it. The enchantment key. Sunny let out a long sigh. "Good." Then, fascinated, he asked in a curious tone. "What was the creature inside the shrine like?" The open space beyond the broken cave wall was the chasm of the tower's moat. Now that the water was gone, it was empty. The deadly field of twisted time had disappeared, as well. In other words, they did not have to cross the enchanted bridge anymore. Instead, they could cross the moat wherever they wished. There was also no need to traverse the central area of the island, which teemed with harrowing nightmare creatures by now. Instead of risking their lives in the misty forest, the cohort had come to the black cliff from below. They exited the caverns through the breach made by Saint, descended to the bottom of the moat, and made their way to its other side. Then, they scaled its vertical wall and climbed out of the chasm near the stone steps leading to the gate of the tower. The wide bridge was now behind them, the terrifying abominations frozen on it still standing motionless. The runes carved into the sides of the cliff were still intact. The cohort ascended the stone steps without looking back. Sunny opened the gate of Alethea's tower and let everyone inside, then closed it behind them. Turning around, he saw that Nephis, Jet, and Effie had frozen, looking at the corpse of the great tyrant with complicated expressions. He could understand how they felt. He had been quite the same the first time he saw the dreadful corpse, after all. Sunny sighed. "It's dead. Don't worry." He told them not to worry, but was feeling agitated himself. Sunny was almost surprised that they had made it so far. The bone orchard, the caverns, the blood lake, the overgrown shrine, all of these steps could have ended in their deaths. And yet, somehow, the plan he and Cassie had concocted went without a hitch. All the deaths they had experienced on this nightmarish island had not been for nothing, it seemed. Now, all that was left was to gain access to the secret chamber of the tower. And destroy the loop. Glancing at Cassie, he nodded and walked to the center of the hall. She followed, holding the enchantment key in her small fist. When the two of them found themselves directly below the corpse of the great tyrant hanging from the ceiling, there was a strange sound, and the stones beneath their feet suddenly moved. That had never happened before, because they had never had the runic gemstone with them. As the other members of the cohort approached, the floor of the tower rearranged itself, revealing a narrow staircase. Without saying anything, they descended into the basement of Alethea's tower. There, a small spherical chamber was carved into the rock. Its walls were covered with sheets of polished metal, its surface etched with countless runes. At the center of the chamber, Sunny's eyes widened a little. A large, jagged piece of black rock was hovering in the air, radiating a sense of cold. It did not look special in any way, except for the fact that it was very similar to the estuary key. In fact, he would not be surprised if his little chunk of black stone and this larger one had come from the same source. What the hell? While Sunny was standing still, his thoughts in turmoil, Cassie silently approached the hovering boulder and walked around it. Eventually, she stooped, noticing a socket on the weathered black surface. The socket perfectly fit the size of the runic gemstone she was holding in her hand. The blind girl lingered, then turned to face them. I am going to insert the key now. The members of the cohort nodded solemnly. Cassie hesitated for a bit more, then gently pushed the gemstone into the socket. Nothing happened for a few moments. Then, the levitating piece of black rock trembled slightly, and fell to the floor of the chamber. It collided with the metal sheet and rolled a few times, raising a loud clangor. When the echoes of the collision subsided, the cohort was left in dead silence. Sunny took a deep breath. He could feel it, something had just changed about Alethea's island. A vague feeling that had been pressing down on his mind for so long that he had grown used to it was gone. They actually did it. They broke the cycle of twisted time that had reigned this place for centuries. The loop was gone. Chapter 1467. Just like that. The members of the cohort remained silent for a few long moments, staring at the chunk of black rock with complicated expressions. Perhaps for most of them, what had just happened in the small spherical chamber did not hold a lot of meaning, but for Sunny and Cassie, it did. Especially for him. Letting out a shaky breath, Sunny suddenly felt like his legs were about to give out. Taking a step back, he swayed slightly and lowered himself to the first step of the narrow stairs. His eyes were still glued to the fallen black stone, but his gaze had become distant. Cassie leaned on the guiding light, her face motionless. Nephice, Jet, and Effie watched them silently. After a while, the huntress finally spoke. So, it's done? Just like that? Sunny looked up at her, struggling to answer. Just like that? She made it sound as if it had been easy. Well, of course, she had just learned about the existence of the loop this morning, and it was gone before dusk. For him, however. Visit for the best novel reading experience. The memories of the countless harrowing deaths he had experienced and witnessed on Alethea's island flooded Sunny's mind. That first time being cruelly executed by undying slaughter, the hopeless despair of watching devouring beasts' giant hand descend from the mist, and so much more. All of it was behind him now, but not gone. Sunny wished he could have forgotten all this torment, like he had forgotten most of the nightmares about the Kingdom of Hope. But he couldn't. These memories were going to haunt him forever. They can stand in line and wait their turn. There was a vast museum of heartbreak and horror in his memory, already. What could a few more nightmares do? He sighed, then nodded. Yes, the loop is destroyed. I can feel it. Effie lingered for a moment. Good, then. What's the plan now? They made their way above ground, where blood, rubble, and ghastly remains of the great tyrant's minions littered the floor. The tyrant itself was still hanging from the broken ceiling, the terrible wounds dealt to it by the Serpent King in the distant past still as fresh as if they had been delivered a few hours ago. Effie stared at the terrible corpse with apprehension. What is that thing, though? Sunny glanced at her, then forced out a smile. What else? That's your food for the foreseeable future. The huntress visibly paled. Huh? Wait, you're not serious, are you? He shrugged helplessly. Why wouldn't I be serious? Weren't you jealous that Nephice and I feasted on the meat of a great monster? Well, here's an actual great tyrant. No need to thank me. Effie was so stunned that she actually stammered. But, wait, when was I ever jealous? Jet patted her on the shoulder and grinned. Bon appetit. With that, the five of them went about cleaning the first floor of Alethea's tower. Sunny positioned several of his shadows to keep watch, knowing that this place was not as safe as it had been before. It was still impossible to cross the bridge, but the twisted currents of time that had been protecting the moat were gone now. In theory, any nightmare creature could reach the tower with some effort. Getting inside was an entirely different matter, but it was better to be safe than sorry. They cleared the rubble, incinerated the remains of the tyrant's minions, and washed the blood off the stone floor. The interior of Alethea's tower had not become cozy or comforting after that, but it was already better than many places the members of the cohort had camped at in the past. Jet and Effie, who had not spent a night on solid ground since entering the nightmare, were especially appreciative of this stone shelter. For once, things were looking up for the cohort. Chapter 1468 An Extravagant Meal. It was already deep into the night by the time the hall was clean enough for them to make camp in one of its less damaged corners. Everyone was bone-tired and ready to topple over. Sunny and Cassie had been suffering in the loop for a long time, while for Effie and Jet, this terrible day had come straight after surviving the evisceration of their tribe and being chased by the drowned for an entire week. Nephice, meanwhile, was mentally and physically drained because of how much she had used her aspect today. Sunny left his companions in the corner of the hall designated as their camp and walked over to the corpse of the great tyrant. While they were making a fire, he manifested a raised platform from the shadows and went about extracting the 5 supreme soul shards from the horrid corpse. Luck was on his side. King Dayron had neglected to collect them after slaying the creature. Perhaps he had been in a hurry to leave Alethea's island, or perhaps such things had no value for the mighty sovereign. In any case, it was Sunny's win. Soon, he returned to his companions carrying 5 radiant crystals and a generous chunk of monster meat. It was the meat of a great abomination, as well. Despite the divine taste, chewing it was not going to be easy for Cassie and Jet. Nephice, Effie, and himself would have to augment themselves with their aspects to enjoy the meal, as well. While Nephice went about preparing the extravagant meal, Sunny wiped the soul shards clean, summoned the covetous coffer, and stored them inside. At that time, Jet gave him a long look. There's enough meat to feed Effie for a long time. He nodded. Soul Reaper lingered for a few moments, then asked. He had tried eating the golden fruits during one of the revolutions. Sunny was understandably afraid of them, considering what had happened to him on the Ashen Barrow. By now, it was clear that the soul-devouring tree was somehow connected to the sacred tree that grew on the chain breaker, and had come from Heart God's desecrated grove. And perhaps to the strange tree to which Yuris of the Nine had been nailed in punishment. However, there was a big difference between the Soul Devourer and Chainbreaker's mystical tree, apart from the fact that the former was thousands of years old and a nightmare creature. It was that the Soul Devourer fed on living beings, while their tree didn't. As a result, while the fruits of the Soul Devourer could grant awakened soul fragments, the fruits of the young sacred tree couldn't. Instead, they were brimming with soul essence. Sunny had used them a few times to help Nephice recover from essence exhaustion faster, but in the grand scheme of things, it was of not much use. Especially because they had no visible effect on him, due to the fact that his soul required shadow essence instead of soul essence. It was also why Sunny was not sure that the golden fruits would have any effect on Jet, considering how unique her soul was, even when compared to his. Luckily, everything seemed to work fine. Otherwise, he would have had to take Jet outside the tower to hunt in the next few days, risking both their lives. Sunny let out a sigh of relief. There were a good dozen fruits inside the coffer, some of them riper than the others. They would last Jet a good deal of time. A pale smile appeared on his face. Good. That's good. I have a bunch of these with me, so don't worry about getting enough essence for now. Jet threw a long look at the covetous coffer, then nodded. Soon, their late supper was ready. Effie and the rest of them consumed the sublime meat of the great tyrant as they struggled to stay awake. Then, just before dawn, they finally allowed themselves to succumb to exhaustion and went to sleep on the cold stone floor. Everyone except for Sunny, that was. He lingered for a while, sitting silently on a piece of rubble. His gaze was hollow and grim. Soon, Sunny felt the enchantment of the crown of twilight come to life once again, replenishing his essence once more. It was dawn. Which meant that now, there was absolutely no doubt that the loop had indeed been destroyed. He had already known it, of course, but still waited for the former termination point to arrive, just to be sure. The dawn came and went, but Sunny was still sitting on the piece of rubble inside Alethea's tower. He was not sent back to the deck of the chain breaker. Motionless as a statue, Sunny let out a long sigh. Then, he slowly looked up. There, far above, Windflower was waiting for him. Now that the loop was no more, it was time for him to fulfill his oath. With a heavy heart, Sunny looked at his sleeping companions, then stood up. The deep shadows drowning the great hall of Alethea's tower stirred and moved, restless, as he walked away from their little camp. Chapter 1469. Something to remember. So much had happened since the last time Sunny had seen Windflower, but the spacious chamber at the top of Alethea's tower was still the same. Dozens of lanterns floated in the air, shining with a warm orange light. The world outside the window was dim and dark. The silken canopy of the wooden bed was half-transparent, revealing the delicate shape of the beautiful sleeping saint. Sunny ascended the stairs and remained motionless for a while, looking at the vague silhouette with a heavy expression. Then, he sighed and shifted his perception, peering into Windflower's soul. There, the seed of the repulsive darkness had already grown larger. So fast. Corruption was spreading so fast. Its seed had been like a tiny speck before, but now, it was already like a pearl. If Sunny did not act soon, the darkness would spread and consume Windflower's soul entirely. There was no time to waste. And yet, he could not simply kill her. At least not without talking to the beautiful saint one last time. Dissolving into the shadows, he allowed Nightmare to bring him to her dream. Soon, Sunny found himself standing on a tall cliff overlooking the vast expanse of the great river. The 7 suns were slowly rising from the flowing water. The tranquil expanse of Alethea's island was shrouded in the dim twilight of the early dawn. Windflower was standing at the edge of the cliff with her back to him, gazing at the water. A cool breeze was playing with her wavy hair, and her azure robe looked like the midnight sky in the dimness of dawn. Sensing his approach, she shifted slightly and let out a quiet sigh. So, you have succeeded? Sunny froze for a moment, then nodded. Yes. The loop is gone. We destroyed it. She turned around and looked at him. Then, a soft smile illuminated her enchanting face. How marvelous. And on your first try, no less. He walked over to stand beside her on the edge of the cliff. Looking at the dreamlike expanse of the great river, Sunny said darkly. First try? It might have been, but I spent an eternity preparing for it. Months of torment, countless deaths, all for this single moment. I wouldn't call it marvelous. Windflower studied his face silently, then looked away and sighed. Countless deaths, huh? Dying once does not sound so terrible, in comparison. She paused before asking. You haven't forgotten what you swore to do, have you? Sunny gritted his teeth. I remember. The beautiful saint fell quiet. A few moments passed before she spoke again, her voice losing some of its usual lightness. The two of them entered a small clearing. Green moss covered the ground there, with shallow puddles of water glowing softly in the gentle light of dawn. Windflower slowed her steps and hesitated for a few moments, then crouched and outstretched her hand. In front of her, a beautiful azure flower was growing from a shallow pond. Its lotus-like petals glistened with drops of dew, and its subtle fragrance was pure and intoxicating. She touched its stalk gently, then broke the blossom off and stood up. Turning around, the charming saint smiled and presented the lotus flower to Sunny. "Here. Take it." He hesitated for a moment, then accepted the azure blossom and looked at it in confusion. They were in a dream, so he could not take anything with him back to Alethea's tower. "What is it for?" Windflower laughed. "Just something to remember me by." "What, has no one ever given your flowers, Sunless?" Sunny silently shook his head, prompting her to smile. "Well, then. I'll be the first. That way, you definitely won't forget." With that, Windflower looked at him with bright sparks dancing in her eyes. Then, however, the smile slowly disappeared from her lips. The beautiful saint sighed. "You should go now. I don't think I can hold on for much longer." Sunny held the azure blossom, staring at her silently. Windflower looked away and lingered for a while. Then, she said quietly, "If, by chance, you ever meet the real me out there in the dream realm, tell her that I did my best. Tell her that we all did." He lowered his head, and nodded slowly. "I promise." It was a heavy promise to make. Of course, the original Windflower had almost certainly been dead for countless years. And yet, by promising to pass along this message in case she was somehow still alive, Sunny was also promising to return to the dream realm. Which meant that he was promising to conquer this nightmare, as well. Windflower smiled, then turned away and looked up, at the rays of sunshine falling through the crowns of the ancient pines. "Farewell, Sunless. Go, you don't have much time left." What else was there to say? He remained motionless for a few moments, then gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and breathed in the fragrance of the azure blossom. Darkness embraced him softly. When Sunny opened his eyes again, he was back in Alethea's tower. His hands were empty. The beautiful blossom was gone, erased with the rest of Windflower's dream updated from Chapter 1470 Farewell Gift. After returning from Windflower's dream, Sunny did not linger for a long time before completing his grim task. Every minute he wasted was 1 minute more that she had to suffer resisting the inevitable spread of corruption. And so, with a heavy heart, he delivered the fatal strike to the beautiful saint, as swift and merciful as he could make it. Then, Sunny used the divine flames of the cruel Scythe to ignite her body and stepped back, watching as fire spread across the wooden bed and devoured the silk canopy. The floating lanterns that had illuminated the chamber dissolved into a rain of white sparks, drowning it in darkness. Standing at the edge between the darkness and the stark glow of the burial pyre, Sunny sighed and sat down on the stone floor. He watched the fire dance in silence, his expression bleak. It was then that the spell finally whispered into his ear. "You have slain a transcendent human, Windflower of the Twilight Sea. Your shadow grows stronger." It paused for a moment, and then added, "You have received a memory." Sunny looked down, not even reacting to the last proclamation. Ah. He had not known Windflower for long. In fact, they had only spoken twice. And yet, a deep and heavy sorrow weighed on his heart. Wasn't her fate just too bitter, unfair, and sad? To be the last remnant of a destroyed world, and outlive everything that you ever knew or loved. He hated it. But at the same time, perhaps to her, death was a solace. Closing his eyes, Sunny felt the heat of the blazing flame and remained motionless for a while. Eventually, he whispered, "Your nightmare is over." It was. But at the same time, it was not. This nightmare would not be over until Sunny fulfilled his promise and ended it. As a dark grimace contorted his face, he gritted his teeth and dove into the soul sea. There, the 5 black suns hung above the still expanse of dark water, just like always. The legion of silent shadows stood motionlessly in the darkness, just like always. The lightless sea of his soul was quiet and tranquil, just like always. Sunny lingered for a moment, then walked along the rows of motionless shadows. Past the lumbering shape of the Mountain King, past the formless shadow of the loathsome thieving bird Spawn, past the gargantuan figure of the fallen Titan Goliath. Sunny suddenly felt that something was wrong. What? Before he could finish the thought, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear, its voice insidious and quiet. Your memory has been destroyed. Your shadow grows stronger. And then, he felt a flood of shadow fragments entered his soul, containing enough of them to drown it. His eyes widened. Wait. Thrown off balance by the sudden influx of shadow fragments, he couldn't even summon the runes. All he knew was that there were much more fragments pouring into his soul than killing a transcendent human could have given him. There were more of them than even a normal awakened would have received, let alone someone like Sunny. Most soul fragments were lost when one awakened killed another, after all. Although the killer received a fair share, most of it was wasted. But not now. It was as if Windflower's entire soul had been contained within the azure flower, and was now being used as fuel to empower his own. Wait. At this rate. Sunny hurriedly dove out of the soul sea and opened his eyes, staring at the blazing pyre in front of him. The fire was still burning, the body of the beautiful saint turned to ash. Taking a panicked breath, Sunny jumped away. It was then that he felt it. The familiar sensation of his soul shuddering in harrowing pain. At the same time, the spell whispered again, your shadow is overflowing with power. Your shadow is taking shape. Sunny let out a muffled groan and fell to his knees. Deep in the darkness of his soul, a new shadow core was being born. Chapter 1471 Terror. Your shadow is complete. Sunny let out a hoarse sigh and uttered a stifled curse. He was standing on one knee, pressing his fist against the stone floor of the tower. His face was pale as that of a ghost, contorted in a pained grimace. The terrifying agony of having a new shadow core from in the depths of his souls was slowly subsiding. He had risen to a new class. This was not the first time Sunny had gone through the familiar torment, but the sudden torrent of shadow fragments caught him entirely by surprise. He did not pass out from the pain, or even fell down, but it was far from pleasant. Gods, what happened? Standing up with a groan, he swayed slightly and summoned the runes. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Ascended. Class, Terror. Shadow fragments, 7/6000. Sunny stared at the shimmering runes silently. Terror. He inhaled deeply. It took him a few moments to come to terms with what he was looking at. There was no denying it, indeed, Sunny was a terror now. A creature of dreadful power, second only to the calamitous titans. The elation of having become stronger, much stronger, and just when he desperately needed strength as well, was mixed with pain and confusion. Lowering his head, he remained still for a while, and then glanced at his shadows. There were 6 of them now, all staring back at him silently. Gloomy, happy, creepy, haughty, naughty, and the new guy. The 6th shadow was just like the other 5, but also different. At first glance, it seemed the least eccentric of them. The new guy appeared rather normal and laid back, friendly, even. But, for whatever reason, Sunny felt a cold chill run down his spine at the sight of it. There was something eerie about the new shadow. It was as if its outward normalcy was hiding something, a deep, dark ocean of utter, unhinged, unbridled madness. The friendly demeanor was just a thin, fragile veil obscuring the demented depths of its dire and dangerous lunacy. Sunny let out a long sigh. You are absolutely crazy, aren't you? The crazy shadow scratched the back of its head, twitched, shrugged, and laughed maniacally. Then, it abruptly returned to being normal and friendly. Only its fingers continued to tremble slightly, as if it was barely holding itself back from exploding into a storm of murderous frenzy. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Well. Makes sense, really. Did it only seem that way, or was the crazy shadow standing a little closer to him than it had a moment ago? He shook his head. Great. back to your posts, then. Keep observing the forest, and gloomy. Show the new guy the ropes. He was certain that the happy, haughty, and naughty shadows would not be able to handle their unhinged younger sibling. The creepy guy, meanwhile, why, Sunny could just see him becoming the crazy newcomer's admiring minion. The gloomy shadow, though, would have no problem taming the lunatic. Gloomy was the true terror among his helpers. After spending one day with the original shadow, the new guy would not dare to create trouble. Sunny almost felt pity for the sixth shadow. Said terror, meanwhile, glowered at him for a few moments, then shook its head contemptuously and beckoned the crazy guy to follow. Soon, the shadows disappeared, leaving him alone. Sunny lingered for a while, then took a few steps back and sat on the floor. Leaning his back against the wall, he looked at the smoldering embers with a hollow expression. It was already a new day, the first new day Aletheus Island had seen in countless years. Somewhere outside the walls of the tall tower, the dreadful prisoners of the island were busy slaughtering each other. Soon, Sunny's companions would wake up. And then, the last act of this vicious play would begin. Chapter 1472 Given Promise. Outside Aletheus Tower, the island was still the same. And yet, it was entirely new. The mist still flowed between the ancient pines, and the frozen nightmare creatures were still standing on the white stone bridge. But it was a new day. Sunny could already observe subtle changes. The fog was growing thinner. Devouring Beast, who should have been in the vicinity of the tower at that time, was nowhere to be seen. He did not dare sending his shadows out to scout, but he knew that the bestial giantess was now somewhere else on the island, hunting different prey than usual. Undying slaughter was somewhere there, as well. For a moment, Sunny wanted to release the fragment of the shadow realm. The not knowing of it all was gnawing at him. But in the end, he held himself back. Nothing was going to change if he knew every minute detail of what was happening to the two defiled saints. The only thing that mattered was the end result, whether the plagues were going to prevail against the prisoners of Aletheus Island or not. And that question was not going to be answered any time soon. So, Sunny was left alone with his dark thoughts, for a short while. Then, he heard the sound of footsteps and saw Nephice climbing the steps. She entered the bedchamber and froze for a moment, looking around with her usual indifferent composure. Her gaze lingered at the soot covering the walls, and then settled on Sunny. He looked up from where he was sitting on the floor and met it silently. Nephice lingered for a moment. I wanted to congratulate you on becoming a terror. But, you don't seem to be very excited. The most up-to-date novels are published on n0velg.co/m. Sunny looked away and shrugged, not knowing what to say. Was he supposed to express his indignation at Windflower's inevitable death? That would be a bit childish. She was not the first person he had met who deserved a less bitter end, and would certainly not be the last. Saying such things to Nephice, who had lost and buried her own share of precious people, seemed especially cruel. With a sigh, Neph walked over and sat down near him. She hesitated for a bit, then gently put her arm around his shoulder. Did you fulfill your promise to the sleeping saint? Soothed by the familiar steadiness of her even voice and the warmth of her embrace, he nodded. Yeah. She wanted me to burn her body, so, well, you can see. After a while, a heavy sigh escaped from his lips. It is a bit strange, don't you think? The nightmares are supposed to be trials of strength for us, the challengers. But what I remember the most is the strength of the illusory people who lived, struggled, and died in these conjured worlds. Noctis, Ananke, Windflower, somehow, the passion with which they lived seems much more real than even ours. Nephice remained silent for a few moments, then said slowly. I don't think it's strange at all. I remember those whom I met in the nightmares, as well. She paused before adding, her voice a little lower than before. Well, then, we'd better really conquer it. You wouldn't want to become a liar, would you? Sunny chuckled and rose, as well, the memory of her warmth still lingering on his skin. Of course not. I am the most honest person in the world, after all. 2 worlds, even. With that, they left the scorched bedchamber and descended to the first floor of Alethea's tower, where the rest of the cohort was preparing for the coming day. Cassie had gone to study the runes in the basement. Effie was busy roasting the great tyrant's meat on coals. Jed had dismissed her damaged armor and was sitting on top of the covetous coffer, lazily mending a piece of leather clothing. Noticing the two of them, she looked up and smiled. "Hey. What's the plan for today?" Sunny tried not to stare where he was not supposed to stare and coughed. "Nothing much. Rest, recuperate. Gather our strength." He paused for a moment and then added, his voice grim. "We are going to need as much strength as we can muster to defeat your evil twins, starved or not." Chapter 1473 Hiding in the Tower Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1473 Hiding in the Tower. Days passed in a strange mix of idleness and tension. Alethea's Island had always been like a misty hell, but now, that hell was boiling, even secreted away inside the tower. The members of the cohort could feel the echoes of the harrowing clashes between the abominable nightmare creatures. Anyone else would, but he already had something to substitute artificial sentience with, the true sentience of the silent shadows dwelling within the darkness of his soul. If he could change the weave of a memory to that of an echo, even if the resulting echo lacked the most important quality, the false spark of life to animate it, his aspect could theoretically allow him to convert the defective echo into a perfectly fine shadow, given that the original memory and the dark spirit shared the same source and were thus compatible. Or at least, that was his theory. Truly, Sunny had no idea what kind of a monster such an experiment would create. Nevertheless, he set his eyes on the covetous coffer, which already possessed a few qualities necessary for an echo, and shared some qualities with the quiet dancer, as well. The shadow of the mordant mimic was there, in Sunny's soul, so he decided to make it his test subject. He was only starting to consider how to go about making the coffer into a partial echo, though, when something unexpected happened. As he was coaxing the temperamental rapier into staying still and letting him study her weave, the entire tower suddenly shook. Chapter 1474 End of Days. What the hell? Instantly tense, Sunny looked away from the quiet dancer and outstretched his hand, ready to summon the sin of solace. His first thought was to shadow step into the hidden chamber below the floor of the tower. The tower was shaking, and Cassie was there, at the heart of Alethea's sorcery. Cassie had also been rather mysterious lately, unpredictable. However, a moment later, he shook his head, feeling slightly ashamed. Why was he suspecting the blind girl? It was his first reaction, even. Instead, Sunny concentrated on his shadows and took a closer look outside. What he saw made his expression darken. What is happening? Jet had woken up from her nap and was now looking at him, a deep scowl on her face. Effie had almost lost her balance when the tower shook, and was now holding her belly, alert. Nephi's had jumped down from where she had been carving more meat from the corpse of the great tyrant, white sparks igniting in her striking gray eyes. Sunny hesitated for a moment. Outside the tower, the ancient pines were swaying. Which meant that it was not just Alethea's tower that had shaken. It was the entire island. Damnation. Sunny noticed Cassie appearing from the stairs to the hidden chamber and answered. I'm not sure. But I think something happened in the port. Apart from the deadly circle of black obelisks, there was only one place built by Alethea they had never visited on the island, the port, which was enveloped by green vines and turned into a nest by an especially dreadful nightmare creature. The ancient building was not included in the plan Sunny and Cassie had made, because there was nothing they needed there. In truth, the port had nothing to do with the time loop, the protective enchantments of the tower, or their way to freedom. It did serve an important role, though. It was there that the mechanism keeping Alethea's island in the air was located. So, unless Sunny wanted to drop the entire island into the vortex, there was no need to fight the current master of the port and enter there. Was truly stunning. Now that Alethea's island had almost lost the obscuring veil of mist, it resembled a ravaged battlefield. The forest of the ancient pines was almost completely gone. Most of the trees had been shattered or toppled, carpeting the ground like brambles. Here and there, gargantuan corpses lay, surrounded by vast pools of blood. Some of them were terribly torn apart and partially devoured, others were eerily intact. The few landmarks he remembered were either erased or misshapen and recognizable. Not too far away, a single broken wing of the hollow butterfly lay on the ground, but the rest of the great monster was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that he had underestimated the primal fury of the nightmare creatures imprisoned on the island. By now, there were only a handful of them, the most dreadful and powerful, left. Sunny saw several chilling scenes, as well. The most terrible of them happened at the dawn of the second day, when the towering shape of devouring beast appeared from afar. The bestial giantess was moving slowly. Then, however, she suddenly froze and looked up. Countless tendrils descended from the cloudy sky, assaulting her like a tide. Each of them was hundreds of meters long and tremendously powerful, enough so to send shivers running down Sunny's spine. Devouring beast swatted away several of the tendrils, but several more wrapped around her arms, her waist, and her neck, both strangling the defiled saint and trying to lift her off the ground. Sunny even felt a sliver of hope that she would be killed by the dreadful horror of the sky, the harvester. A frenzied howl shook the world. Grinning madly, the bestial giantess sank her teeth into one of the tendrils, then strained her muscles and grabbed those that were entangling her arms. Bending at the waist, she growled, and pulled the creature hiding in the clouds down. The ground under her feet exploded, turning into a deep crater. As Sunny watched in shock, a revolting creature descended from the sky, forcefully thrown down. It was unlike anything he had ever seen, a mass of wriggling flesh that looked like a tattered sail from afar, or a dark star that emanated fleshy tentacles instead of rays of light. Dozens more tendrils shot toward devouring beast, but before they could trap her, the giantess suddenly crouched, and then jumped. Soaring hundreds of meters into the air, she tore into the harvester with her fingers, and then plummeted down while grasping it in her hands. Not long after that, the horror of the skies was completely savaged, its tendrils torn and devoured, its grotesque body mutilated beyond recognition. The defiled saint received many terrible wounds, but her enemy was entirely destroyed. Less than a dozen minutes later, the harvester was no more. Hidden inside the tower, Sunny trembled. His heart felt heavy. Letting out a quiet sigh, he closed his eyes and whispered, "That thing does not seem hungry at all." Chapter 1475 Defiled Saints. By the end of the day, Aletheus Island had grown silent. It was still shaking from time to time, the quakes growing stronger each time, which meant that the sorcery keeping the island afloat was slowly coming undone. But its surface had become strangely peaceful. Sunny was pretty sure that, apart from the motionless nightmare creatures on the stone bridge, there were only two abominations left on the entire island, devouring beast and undying slaughter. The former was messily consuming the remains of the dreadful fiends in the obliterated forest. Deep wounds were covering her towering body, but the bestial giantess did not seem affected by her flaw, yet. The latter had just broken free from the circle of black obelisks, shattering most of them in the process. Whatever horror had dwelled within the circle was now dead, while undying slaughter, she, at least, appeared to be running low on essence. Sunny could not see much from his observation post at the top of the tower, and he did not even dare to look at the defiled saints directly, afraid that they would sense his gaze. But he could tell that battling the being that had been imprisoned by the black obelisks took a lot out of the hateful mist wraith. Undying slaughter had a more cruel flaw than the bestial giantess. Not only was her essence constantly being drained, but she also had to spend it while fighting powerful opponents. As a result, her entire existence was a perilous balancing act. And right now, the mist wraith was out of balance. Sunny watched as she prowled the island, searching for new victims. She even approached the tower and spent some time observing the nightmare creatures on the bridge. In the end, however, Undying Slaughter backed away and disappeared into the mist. She's running out of time. Sunny felt a spark of hope ignite in his heart. Come dawn, the cohort was going to leave the tower and face the defiled saints in battle. The weaker their enemies would become, the better their chances of survival were going to be. Still, he did not feel confident. If anything, Sunny felt that they would be marching to their deaths. Maybe we should rethink our plans and try to escape stealthily, instead. There was still a little bit of time left. He would try to talk some sense into Nephice in the morning. Sunny continued to monitor the island until dawn, dreading the next day. He could imagine killing one of the Defiled scents. With him and Nephice working together, both being terrors, with Jet's lethal aspect, Cassie and Effie supporting them from the back, Saint and Fiend holding the vanguard positions, and Nightmare affecting the enemy with his insidious powers, there was a chance. Most importantly, he possessed the most precious advantage, detailed knowledge of what the two plagues were capable of and experience fighting them. However, Sunny could not imagine surviving a battle against both abominable fiends at the same time, no matter how drained and heavily wounded they were. At the very brink of dawn, when he was wondering if there was a way to separate them for a sufficiently long period of time, there was suddenly movement in the shattered forest. Sunny was distracted from his heavy thoughts and peered into the distance through one of his shadows. What is she doing? Out there in the mist, Devouring Beast suddenly froze and let go of the horribly mutilated corpse of a nightmare creature she had been chewing. The ghastly carcass fell down, sending a cloud of dust and splinters into the air. With blood streaming down her face, the colossal giantess looked down coldly. It was only then that Sunny noticed another figure standing some distance away from her, this one much smaller. Undying slaughter was obscured by the mist, but now that it had become much thinner, the wraith was easier to spot. Not that she was hiding. On the contrary, it was as though she wanted to be noticed. Undying slaughter did not look that well. Her elusive figure seemed even less substantial than usual, as if on the verge of dissipating into a wisp of fog. The two Defiled saints stared at each other silently for a while. Sunny did not know if they were capable of communicating with each other, or if they needed to. From what he could tell, there was an unspoken understanding between these harrowing abominations. Eventually, Devouring Beast grinned wickedly, revealing her bloodied teeth. They are going to. For a moment, Sunny was frozen in place, struggling to believe his luck. Then, Undying Slaughter retracted her blade, turned slightly, and looked directly at him. There was doom and inevitability in her emotionless, inhuman, piercing blue eyes. He was suddenly very, very cold. The memory of that first harrowing death on Aletheus Island resurfaced in his mind, making Sunny shudder violently. Not this time, wretch. Struggling against the instinctual terror, he met Undying Slaughter's chilling gaze. And smiled. Chapter 1476 Attrition. Sunny felt that they had gotten incredibly lucky. There was always a chance that Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast would turn on each other, but he had not dared to rely on that possibility. But now, one of the plagues was dead. That said, the situation was not ideal. Sunny would have preferred if it was Undying Slaughter that had perished. The best possible outcome, however, would have been if he had arrived just before their battle ended and stole the kill from the Mist Wraith. Then, not only would one of the Defiled saints have died, but the other would have also been deprived of absorbing her essence. Killing Undying Slaughter then would have been much easier. But although their luck was good, it was not that good. As things stood now, Undying Slaughter had just replenished her dwindling essence. Sunny did not know how much of it she had gotten, exactly, but it had to be a substantial amount. Devouring Beast had been a mighty abomination, after all, her corrupted soul had to have been extremely potent. So, while the Mist Wraith was not in her peak state, she was also more than powerful enough to eliminate the cohort now. That's alright. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. They had planned for such an eventuality, as well. Sunny had fought with Undying Slaughter many times. He had done so alone, supported by his shadows, and even with the help of the other members of the cohort, he had died in agony each time. For that reason, their goal today was not to be to overpower and slay the dreadful wraith. She was too powerful for them to prevail against her in a battle, which did not mean that they could not win. Instead of trying to defeat Undying Slaughter, what they needed to do was tie her down in a prolonged confrontation. It was just how Sunny had imagined killing someone like Jet. The key to doing so was to force her to exhaust her essence while not giving her a chance to replenish it. which was why this battle of theirs was going to be a battle of attrition. Still smiling, Sunny mockingly saluted Undying Slaughter with the sin of solace, and then gave Nightmare a mental command to flee. The Dark Destrier turned and shot back the way they had come, splinters and bits of soil flying from under his adamantine hooves. Of course, the Mist Wraith was not going to let a source of essence escape that easily. Almost at the same moment, she lunged forward in pursuit. Nightmare was incredibly fast. In fact, Sunny doubted that there were many creatures of the same rank faster than his tenebrous steed. However, to his horror, Undying Slaughter was not much slower. Even though the Dark Destrier was augmented by the shadows, the distance between him and the Mist Wraith was remaining the same. It was even dwindling slowly. Just what kind of monster is she? Sunny was not too disheartened, though. After all, he did not really want to escape from Undying Slaughter. Instead, he wanted to lure her into the trap that the cohort had prepared. Soon, he was almost back to the tower. The dreadful enemy was right on his heels. It's now or never. If there was anything they could do to drain Undying Slaughter's essence before facing her themselves, they had to do it. Of course, it was a dangerous gamble. The nightmare creatures that had been trapped on the bridge could force the Mist Wraith to burn through her precious essence, but they could also become her victims, fueling her defiled soul. In fact, before a single minute passed, one of the abominations already looked like it was close to death. Just a split second before Undying Slaughter could finish it off, though, a bone javelin suddenly fell from the sky, piercing the nightmare creature's neck and impaling it on the ground. The ghostly blade bit into the massive body of the abomination a moment later, easily passing through its armor. But it was for naught. There was no soul for the Mist Wraith to destroy, because the creature was already dead. The bone javelin had killed it instantly. Feeling a dark grin twist his lips, Sunny looked up. There, high above, Cassie and Effie were still standing on the stone steps. There were a dozen more javelins laying on the ground in front of the vigorous huntress. These javelins had been made from the ribs of the great tyrant. Of course, in normal circumstances, it would have been hard for Effie to slay nightmare creature of such dire power with one blow. But when they were already almost dead from Undying Slaughter's attacks? That was much easier. As for knowing the exact moment when to attack, after the abomination had grown weak from its wounds, but before the Mist Wraith could deliver the fatal blow, Cassie was there to help. With her ability to perceive several seconds into the future, she could tell Effie just when to throw the javelins, and who to aim for. Together, they were in a perfect position to achieve a simple, but vitally important task. Deny Undying Slaughter any essence. The two of them were already accomplishing that task splendidly. Chapter 1477 Undying Slaughter. Sunny knew how terrifying Undying Slaughter was, better than most, perhaps even better than anyone. And yet, even he was astonished by the sight of the dreadful Mist Wraith slaughtering the former prisoners of the stone bridge. Each of them was an opponent Sunny would not want to face in battle. Some, he had a good chance of defeating, but others were absolutely lethal existences to a master, even an ascended terror like him. Nevertheless, all of them had been ruthlessly and methodically brought down by the defiled saint. It was as if no amount of physical might, impregnable armor, and unholy powers could deter her. The ghostly blade danced in the mist, and following its elusive movements, the souls of the harrowing nightmare creatures were snuffed out one after another. Or rather, they would have been, if not for Effie and Cassie. Each time Undying Slaughter was about to kill one of her enemies, a bone javelin would inevitably fall from the sky, stealing the creature's life moments before the Mist Wraith delivered the last strike. Guided by the blind seer, Effie had not missed once. Which meant that all the essence the defiled saint was spending to fight against the group of powerful abominations could not be replenished by absorbing their broken souls. With each moment, she was growing weaker. Their plan was working. The last to fall was a great beast that resembled a black hound with 7 serpentine tails. Its lean, muscular body towered above Undying Slaughter like a dark hill, and its power was dreadful enough to make the ground crack and collapse into the chasm of the empty moat. The abominable hound was like a living nightmare, its frenzied eyes burning with eerie green flames. Despite it all, neither its terrifying jaws nor its 7 tails managed to strike the elusive mist wraith. Moving with the graceless elegance of an emotionless butcher, Undying Slaughter delivered the great beast 2 swift, cruel blows. The hound staggered after the first one, then grew slow and lethargic after the second. The green flames burning in its eyes dimmed, and before the third blow landed, a bone javelin pierced one of them. The monstrous black hound was thrown down by the force of the impact, making the island shake, and grew still. Viscous red liquid flowed from its maw. On the slope of the cliff, Effie let out a shaky breath and swayed lightly. Her legs gave out, and if Cassie had not caught her in time, the huntress would have fallen down. The blind girl helped her sit down on the stone steps. These past few minutes had taken a lot out of Effie. Even though she was far from the terrible battlefield, she had to put all of her immense strength into each throw, especially that last one. Sweat was rolling down her pale face. Did I just kill a great nightmare creature? Her tired voice was faint and full of disbelief. Cassie smiled gently. You certainly did. Effie took a deep breath and put her trembling hand on her belly, as if trying to protect it. Damn. I've been spending too much time with Doofus, huh? The blade of the cruel Scythe ignited with divine flame. They clashed with the dreadful wraith in the middle of the cracking bridge. Undying Slaughter was still stronger, faster, and far more malevolent than Nephice and Sunny. However, with Saint fighting by their side, the two of them were able to keep up. Far more important was the fact that both Sunny and Nephice were combat prodigies. He could follow Undying Slaughter's movements, and even predict them, because of his mastery of shadow dance. She was capable of doing the same because controlling the flow of combat and manipulating the actions of her enemies had always been the basis of her skill. Now that Neff's combat mastery entered a period of rapid growth, that ability of hers had become even more frightening. Therefore, both of them could counterbalance Undying Slaughter's undeniable superiority, to a degree. Still, Sunny felt stifled in this battle. That was because he was not just fighting against the terrifying mist wraith. He was also fighting against the memories of dying terribly by her hand. The pain of having his soul shattered, the dread of seeing his shadow killed, the sorrow of being helpless to save his companions, all those scars were like chains that weighed his limbs down. If Sunny wanted to have a chance of surviving this fight, he had to break these chains. I'm alive, am I not? He received the ghostly blade on the shaft of the cruel Scythe and was thrown back, his hands growing numb. Before Undying Slaughter could advance and deliver a follow-up attack, though, Nephice appeared in her way, her sword shining with incandescent radiance, the single gem of the crown of dawn burning like a third eye. Sunny regained his balance and threw himself back into the fight. I survived. Neff staggered back, but Saint took her place. The graceful knight was wielding her dark sword in both hands, facing the mist wraith with cold indifference. They clashed fiercely, and the stone bridge shuddered. He was already lunging forward to share the pressure with his shadow. And now, it's time to deliver some payback. After all, Sunny was nothing if not vindictive. He had destroyed the Black Knight of the ruined cathedral for gutting him. He killed the immortal transcendent, Sylvain, for throwing him into the Red Colosseum. He had shattered the fallen titan Goliath for bringing him to the very doorstep of death. Now, what was he going to do to Undying Slaughter for killing him multiple times? Updated from Chapter 1478 Soul Reaper Jet. Follow current novels on NOV/3LB, in co/m. Weighed down by an instinctual fear, Sunny used an old ally to overcome it, spite. With its help, some of the invisible chains that were holding him back snapped. But not all of them. Working together with Nephice and Saint, Sunny managed to stall Undying Slaughter. The three of them surrounded her, but they were in no position to attack. Instead, they were barely managing to stay alive while protecting each other and concentrating on defense. The mist wraith was slowly pushing them back. Sunny's spiteful nature was enough to help him overcome the memory of agony and death, but it was not powerful enough to dispel a deeper, far more painful fear. The fear of watching those he cared about die. The memory of that helplessness, that sorrow, that guilt, was incomparably more dreadful than the memory of having his own life snuffed out. Death was merciful, after all. The dead felt no pain. So, to struggle free of the remaining chains, Sunny needed to find a more resilient source of strength within his heart. He could not rid himself of the lingering scars delivered to him by Aletheia's Island with just spite. As he searched for that source, undying slaughter moved like mist, suddenly appearing behind Nephi's. Her ghostly blade lashed out silently, almost piercing Neph's chest. If the young woman had not dodged at the last moment, one of her soul cores would have been destroyed. Sunny froze for a moment. And then exploded with ferocious might. Ah! I think I found it. Finally, the fear that had been holding him back was vanquished. Sunny had found the strength he needed to free himself of it, and it was an obvious one, at that. His desire to protect those he cherished was much more powerful than his vindictive desire to avenge himself. It made sense, really, since the fear of losing his companions was stronger than the fear of losing his own life. The resolve that had to do with others would naturally be larger than the resolve that only had to do with himself. Payback was fine, but protecting the people he loved was a much more powerful source of motivation, incomparably so, really. Feeling as if a great weight had been removed from his heart, Sunny shook off the lingering trauma of having endured the loop, and threw himself into the battle with boundless determination. His killing intent soared, not at all inferior to the murderous will of the dreadful wraith, and yet, Sunny did not allow that intent to rule him. Coldly and callously, he reminded himself of what their goal was. It was not to defeat undying slaughter in battle, it was to prolong the battle to the point where her flaw would destroy her without their help, or at least weaken her enough to doom her. Now that Sunny's mental state was cleansed, he entered the familiar state of combat clarity. His movements turned sharper and more precise. His wildly beating heart calmed down. We can do it. Killing the mist wraith was, perhaps, out of their reach. But resisting her for a while? That, Sunny and his companions could accomplish. As Aletheia's Island shuddered and quaked, they continued to fight undying slaughter on a crumbling bridge. Sunny, Nephi's, and Saint held out for as long as they could. Eventually, though, even their inexhaustible bodies had grown heavy with fatigue. This was one of the most intense fights Sunny had ever participated in. The perilous battle with Dire Fong seemed mild in comparison to this harrowing clash. Of course, they couldn't keep up with this level of intensity for a long time. They had done their part, though. The essence that undying slaughter had absorbed by killing devouring beast was already somewhat exhausted in her battle against the nightmare creatures. The three of them had forced the mist wraith to waste even more, draining her reserves. She had already abandoned her ghostly form, facing them as a creature of flesh and bone. Sunny crossed blades with undying slaughter once again. They fought. They endured. They bought time. Time was their greatest weapon, after all. After a while, Sunny felt like he was going to drop dead. They had already advanced and retreated 3 times, but the mist wraith was still as overbearing and deadly as ever. Or maybe not quite. Her strength was decreasing, too. Her essence had to be running dry. Undying slaughter still maintained an emotionless expression, her chilling blue eyes filling him with a sense of dread, but her behavior had subtly changed. It was almost as if she was feeling, if not desperate, then at least pressed. We just need, to last, a little longer. At that moment, the surface of the stone bridge under his feet rippled and tilted. Startled, Sunny lost his balance, only for a split second, but it was enough. The ghostly blade was already flying at him, inevitable as death itself. Before it could ravage his soul, however, an incandescent sword appeared in its path. Nephi's had struck from an awkward angle and groaned when her sword clashed with undying slaughter's blade. It was violently thrown aside and slipped from her hands, disappearing into the darkness below the bridge. She was pushed back, as well, and fell down. A split second later, Jet's glaive tore through the distance between her and the staggered wraith, plunging into undying slaughter's chest. Saint was a step or two too far to help. Sunny's eyes widened. But, strangely enough, the mist wraith did not finish either him or Nephi's off. In fact, she seemed to have staggered, as well. This was the first time Undying Slaughter had shown a sign of weakness, it was also the last. Before the mist wraith could regain her balance, a swift figure flew between Nephi's and Sunny. He felt a cool wind throw his hair into disarray. Then, he heard the air whining as it was cut by a sharp blade. A split second later, Jet's glaive tore through the distance between her and the staggered wraith, plunging into Undying Slaughter's chest. The two of them froze for a second, two pairs of icy blue eyes staring into each other with indescribable emotion. The Defiled Saint raised her blade, as if trying to retaliate, but Jet simply twisted her glaive and gripped it tighter. "You go to hell." Her voice was as cold as a nameless grave. Jet batted the ghostly blade away, pulled her hand back, and then thrust her weapon into the enemy's soul once again. Sunny thought that he heard the crystal ring of something breaking. And then, the chilling light of the Defiled Saint's eyes grew dim. The wraith swayed slightly, and fell back. The moment her body touched the stone, it turned into mist and dissipated, disappearing without a trace. Undying Slaughter was no more. Chapter 1479 Fractured Island. The source of this content no/v/l by n. She's dead. For a moment, there was silence. Sunny regained his balance, grunted, and hurried to help Nephi stand up. Saint lowered her sword, acting as indifferent as ever. It was as if they had not just narrowly escaped being slaughtered by a Defiled Saint. But they had. The Defiled Saint was truly, undeniably gone. Slaughtered, just like she had slaughtered countless living beings. Hell. Behind them, Fiend and Nightmare were both battered, but relatively unscathed. Both shadows were watching Jet with piercing intensity. Soul Reaper herself stood motionlessly above the spot where her future self had perished. Her icy blue eyes were strangely distant. Finally, she let out a long sigh. So that's how it is. Suddenly, her figure was shrouded in cold mist. That mist flowed along the graceful lines of her supple body, finally forming into a ghostly blade. Then, the shape of that blade changed, elongating until it turned into a beautiful glaive, no, rather, a war scythe. Its dark steel possessed a dreadful sheen to it, with frost patterns decorating the sinister curved blade. The ghostly scythe seemed to absorb all warmth from the world, emanating a frigid sense of lethal cold. An amused smile appeared on Jet's face. Raising an eyebrow, she turned to Sunny and said, "You won't believe what the spell just said. I guess all I had to do was kill myself, to receive my aspect legacy." An aspect legacy? Staring into the darkness, Sunny realized that the fracture was not just deep. It was, in fact, bottomless. That was because it was not just the bottom of the moat that had cracked, but the bottom of the island, as well. So, what he was looking at was actually the unfathomable darkness at the heart of the colossal vortex. The fracture pierced Aletheus Island straight through, leading to the abyss beneath it. Raising his head, Sunny stared at Nephi and Jet for a moment, then said in a bleak tone. I think that this whole island is about to fall apart." He carefully moved his right leg over the crack and let out a small sigh of relief when it safely landed near his left one. "So, how about we get the hell off before it does?" He didn't have to ask twice. However, climbing out of the moat had turned out harder than they anticipated. Just as they approached the wall of the chasm, Aletheus Island quaked once again, the deafening sound of cracking stone echoing in the empty moat. The fracture Sunny had noticed grew wider, chunks of black rock falling into the darkness below. At the same time, a rain of stones fell on them from above. Nephi frowned, obliterating an especially heavy boulder with one strike of her incandescent sword. Jet nimbly evaded a few more. "Curse it." The shadow chain shot forward, protecting Sunny and his companions. Looking back, he saw the familiar golden rope appearing in Neff's hands. She threw it to him without having to say anything. Sunny caught the rope and immediately dove into the shadows, stepping out of them on the crumbled remains of the bridge. By the time he pulled Nephi and Jet up, Cassie and Effie had already descended from the stone steps. The island was shaking and convulsing around them, with almost no pause between the tremors anymore. Sunny's expression was dim. Let's go. It's time we escape this damned place. They crossed the moat and entered the former killing field around tower. Now, it was simply the death field, carcasses of dreadful nightmare creatures littered the ground, which was soaked with their blood. The long-bone javelins Sunny had crafted and Effie had thrown protruded from their flesh, each one as heavy as a bolt meant for an impossible siege engine. Sunny would have loved to collect the soul shards from the dead abominations, but there was no time. Passing between the corpses, the cohort entered the shattered remains of the ancient pine forest. All around them, Aletheus Island was coming undone. Chapter 1480 In a Day's Work 1480 In a Day's Work. Without the deadly nightmare creatures hiding in the mist and blocking the way, it took them a surprisingly short amount of time to reach the hidden bay. Sunny struggled to believe how much blood he had spilled in the past to traverse the dreadful reaches of Aletheus Island. Now that its prisoners were gone, the island had fallen silent. Of course, it was hard to recognize the places where Sunny had fought, struggled, and died. The forest was no more, with most of the ancient pines laying on the ground, either toppled or entirely destroyed. The mist was largely gone, too, revealing the scene of startling destruction in all its frightening glory. Massive carcasses towered above the devastated landscape here and there, some of them partially devoured. Rivers of blood flowed between the toppled trees, turning the remains of the forest into a vile swamp. It was like a scene out of a feverish nightmare. Well, of course it was. They were in a nightmare, after all. As the cohort hurried to reach the chain breaker, Aletheus Island was starting to fall apart. It was shuddering and quaking, making it hard to advance at a steady pace. More cracks appeared in the blood-soaked soil, some of them leading all the way down to the darkness below. Sometimes, a wide chasm would open right in front of the cohort, forcing them to change course and rush to circle around it. It felt like they were running out of time. But, in the end, they did not. Sunny was starting to feel rather restless, but just then, the cohort finally reached the stone steps leading down to the white beach. Cassie was riding Nightmare, while Effie was once again being carried by the covetous coffer. Sending the two of them ahead, he joined Nephice and Jed in descending from the cliffs in a much faster way. They simply jumped off the edge and used their memories to glide down. Finally, they saw the chain breaker in the distance. The graceful vessel was where they had left it, crashed against a black cliff, its bow buried in the white sand. Hurry! As they raced across the white beach, the whole island seemed to have tilted. A thunderous sound of something impossibly large breaking rolled from behind them, and Sunny felt his heart skipping a beat. They reached the chain breaker and wasted no time climbing aboard. The dawn had come and gone before the battle with Undying slaughter, and dusk was still too far away. The timing of their escape was not at all optimal, but they had little choice but to make do. The task of raising the ship into the air once again fell to Nephice. While Effie and Jet were looking around with stunned expressions, neither of them had seen the chain breaker during the last cycle of the time loop. After all, Nephice dashed to the enchantment circle at the stern of the ship. Cassie had disappeared to somewhere under the deck, while Sunny simply stood where he was, looking back at Aletheus Island. That cursed place. The fact that he was finally going to escape this harrowing hell did not feel real. After all the pain, all the suffering, all the deaths, with how elusive time had been inside the loop, the months Sunny spent repeating the same desperate actions over and over again felt like an eternity. Who says you can escape? The sin of solace had appeared from somewhere, unnoticed, and was now standing behind him. Who says that your suffering is over? That your pain is over? Fool, you don't even know how pitiful you are. Sunny smiled darkly. Be quiet. At least I'm not as pitiful as you. Just at the moment, the island quaked once again. In the distance, the black cliffs rising above the beach crumbed and collapsed, falling down like a black avalanche. A giant crack appeared on the ground, the sand spilling into it like water, and crawled in the direction of the chain breaker. Then, the flying ship moved, as well. Slowly at first, then faster and faster, it rose above the ground and soared into the sky. Nephice was guiding it away from the disintegrating beach. Sunny watched Aletheus Island break apart in silence. He had lost so much here. But he had gained so much, as well. Sar the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Jed and Effie were now safely back with the cohort. That had been the reason why Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie had come to the mysterious place known as Windflower. In the first place, they had achieved their goal. Unexpectedly, what they had gained, the forces of the defilement had lost. 2 members had rejoined the cohort, while 2 of the 6 plagues had perished. That was a truly surprising, but indescribably beneficial outcome. Sunny could hardly believe their luck. Of course, it wasn't just luck. It was a combination of good fortune, their unrelenting efforts, and, to a large extent, of the nefarious schemes of the Mad Prince. That was another thing Sunny had gained, knowledge. Knowledge about the Mad Prince, yes, but also about so many other things. Some of the greatest mysteries of existence had been revealed to him on Aletheus Island. The nature of the dream realm, the past atrocities of the nightmare spell, even the origin of his own world. Perhaps even more importantly, Sunny had also learned a few things about himself. How he felt, what he wanted, and what he feared, as well. Oh, and he had also become a terror. His soul possessed 6 cores now, and he possessed 6 shadows. His power had once again grown, and there was now only one step separating him from its pinnacle. Sunny had died countless times on Aletheus Island. He had battled and slain many harrowing nightmare creatures, honing his skill and earning priceless battle experience. Some of them were far too deadly for a master to face, and yet, in the end, all of them had perished, while he survived. The entire island shuddered one last time and broke apart, falling into the abyssal darkness below. All the horrors, secrets, and treasures left behind by Alethea of the 9 disappeared with it. Standing on the deck of the chain breaker, Sunny let out a quiet sigh. All in a day's work. It was not a bad result. The flying ship hovered in the air for a few moments, and then slowly started climbing down. It was heading for the same lightless abyss that had swallowed the island. Diving into the darkness that lay at the heart of the great river. Soon, the darkness welcomed them into its silent embrace. End of Part 2, Keeper of Truths. Chapter 1481 Emergency Repairs. The chain breaker was assaulted by hurricane winds as it plummeted into the heart of the colossal whirlpool. Nephice had yet to run out of essence, so their fall was controlled, for now. However, that would change soon. Updated from. Sunny was still overwhelmed by the destruction of Aletheus Island. Shaking off his reverie, he took a deep breath and forced himself to move. All across the flying vessel, deep shadows stirred and surged forward, turning into inky black hands. The manifested shadows pulled on the ropes, unfurling the horizontal sails. Those sails extended from both sides of the ship and were meant to help it glide on the winds. At the same time, he nervously looked down. All Sunny could see was darkness. It was not the true darkness that his sight had never been able to penetrate. Instead, the abyssal chasm was simply so deep for him to see anything. Great. By now, the slopes of the vortex had almost turned vertical. It was as if the chain breaker was surrounded by a vast wall of dark water, its current so fast that its surface was like a blur. At first, the dreadful maw of the whirlpool was dozens of kilometers wide, but the further they descended, the narrower it became. Eventually, it was as if the chain breaker had entered a twisting vertical tunnel that was just a few kilometers in diameter. They were surrounded by absolute darkness, with only a scattering of lanterns illuminating the deck. It was like a small island of light in an ocean of nothingness. No one except for Sunny could see the spinning walls of the tunnel, which was, perhaps, for the best. He knew that if the ship touched the water, it would be torn apart by the tremendous pressure of the current. What the hell am I thinking? It's not for the best. Not at all. The chain breaker was falling vertically, for now, but it was only possible because Neph was still empowering its enchantments with her essence. Once her essence ran dry, they would have to move in a wide spiral along the watery walls of the tunnel to keep the ship balanced. Otherwise, it would be too easy for it to roll and overturn. By then, not seeing where the darkness ended, and the furious current began, would be lethal. Even worse, the tunnel was not strictly vertical. Looking down, Sunny could see it twisting and turning, like a descending tornado. He gritted his teeth. Damnation. Could they even survive in this abyss without the Chainbreaker's enchantments? He turned to look at the stern of the ship, where Nephice was struggling with the steering oars, but at that moment, Cassie's voice reached his ears. Sunny! Here! Soon, the large pieces had turned into smaller ones, and then were finally ground into fine dust inside one of the mortars. The stone dust was then mixed with the strange liquid stored inside the ceramic vessels, some of which turned out to be blood. Hopefully, that of nightmare creatures. By the time they emerged from the cargo hold, Nephice was running out of essence, and the Chainbreaker was growing more and more unstable. Cassie hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the stern. Go. Help Neph. Sunny nodded and used Shadow Step to appear by Neph's side. Using his ability to see in the dark, he helped her guide the flying vessel into a spiraling descent. Nephi steered the ship, while Sunny played the role of a navigator. Cassie, meanwhile, crawled along the grooves carved into the deck of the Chainbreaker, feverishly drawing runes on the ancient wood. Essence poured out of her, making the runes glimmer slightly before being absorbed into the deck. The sorceress ink created from the dust of the black stone disappeared without leaving a trace. Jed and Effie were helping her by carrying the amphory containing ink and handing her brushes. Each one only lasted a dozen seconds or so, gradually dissolving into thin air. The flight of the Chainbreaker turned more and more unstable. Eventually, Nephice gritted her teeth and slumped slightly, the runic circle surrounding her growing dim. The flying ship shuddered. With no more sorcery supporting it, it glided through the darkness, carried only by inertia and the wind pressure, which created a lifting force under the horizontal sails. Nev continued to hold the oars, trying her best to keep the Chainbreaker from plummeting into an uncontrollable fall. Standing by her side, Sunny uttered a silent curse. Which idiot thought that this was a good idea? Oh, it was him. He had thought so. The ancient vessel descended into the darkness, its speed increasing at a frightening rate. The angle of their descent was increasing, as well, slowly approaching the point where it would turn into a fatal nosedive. Some distance away, near the sacred tree, Cassie threw the remains of another dissolved brush away and raised a hand to receive a new one. Patches of skin on her delicate hands had begun dissolving as well, and fresh blood mixed with the sorceress ink. Are we going to have to abandon the ship? Sunny had the dark wing and the heavenly burden in his soul arsenal. He could also temporarily turn into a crow. The other members of the cohort had their own memories to help them if not fly, then at least glide. Theoretically, they could continue the descent using those. But somehow, he did not think that they would survive the depths of the great river without the impregnable hull of the Chainbreaker. The ancient vessel shuddered once again. And then, the darkness was suddenly dispelled by a soft radiance. Raising his head, Sunny watched the sacred tree in stunned silence. Its leaves were shining with a pure, beautiful light. At the same time, the runic circle surrounding Nephice ignited once more, and their flight turned as smooth as it had been before, much smoother, even. Bathed in the radiance of the sacred tree, Cassie let out a tired sigh and slumped on the deck. Finally, the enchantment circuit of the Chainbreaker had been fully restored. Chapter 1482 Third Way. Illuminated by the gentle light of the sacred tree, the Chainbreaker was flying through the darkness. It moved in a wide spiral, descending lower and lower into the abyssal darkness with each spin. Around it, the moving walls of the dark tunnel were twisting and turning as the water comprising them revolved at a dreadful speed. Now that Cassie had repaired the enchantment circuit of the ancient vessel, the immediate crisis was resolved. The members of the cohort finally received a chance to catch their breaths. The events of the past day had simply been too overwhelming. The destruction of the island had followed immediately after the battle with Undying slaughter, and so, everyone was exhausted. They simply dropped to the deck, praying that nothing terrible happened in the next few hours, minutes, even, at least. Sunny temporarily took the steering oars, allowing Nephice to heal Cassie's mangled hands. After that, everyone remained near the runic circle, looking into the darkness. Where do you think the vortex leads? Effie's voice sounded a bit stifled. He lingered for a moment, then sighed. I don't really know. All I know is that someone passed through it and survived, in the past. Granted, that person was of the supreme rank. Sunny paused for a moment and added, his voice somber. It might be the inner wall of the pyramid. In any case, we shall see. After that, he glanced at Cassie. Now that they had been granted a moment to compose themselves, his curiosity was tingling. By the way, why did you need that piece of rock to repair the ship? The others seemed curious, too. The blind girl hesitated for a bit, then explained, I guess, imagine a locked door. There are a few ways to get on the other side of the door. The simplest is to use a key, provided you have one. In this case, the key would have been the detailed knowledge of the original enchantment of the chain breaker. I do know a few things about it, but not enough. She pointed to the runic circle, which glimmered faintly in the darkness. The second way is to be a locksmith who understands the structure of the door's lock, or any lock, really, on a deep level. That way, you can pick it without a key. Sadly, my knowledge of sorcery is not that deep. Which left only the third way, brute force. He and Nephi glanced at each other. A moment later, he said hesitantly. Honestly, we have no idea. You should already know about how weird time functions inside the tomb of Ariel, so, our current theory is that one of the previous owners of this ship visited the pyramid at some point. It was just drifting aimlessly far upstream. There was no one aboard and no signs of who that previous owner had been, so. Neff and I took it. Effie looked at them with a strange expression, then grinned and patted the deck with her hand. Well, it's good that you did. I can't even describe how much I missed my cozy cabin while roaming the great river on the back of a weird mutant shark. Look. The floor is solid. I might honestly cry. Still smiling, she turned to Jet and asked. So, what? You really got your aspect legacy? Jet glanced at her and shrugged. Yes. And before you ask, no, you can't eat it. Too bad you didn't receive anything cool yourself, huh? Effie's smile widened. Who says I didn't? With that, she stretched her long legs, assumed a more comfortable pose, and let out a small laugh. I did. If you consider a supreme memory cool, that is. Chapter 1483 Reaper's Scythe 1483 Reaper's Scythe. The aspect legacy Jet had received was similar to most aspect legacies, which were usually memories uniquely suited for the aspects of their wielders, or much more rarely powerful echoes. However, that similarity was deceitful. In truth, Soul Reaper's aspect legacy was almost as weird as Sunny's. Although it looked like a weapon, it was not a memory, instead, it was an innate ability. Jet did not need essence, no matter how little, to summon the chilling mist and turn it into a scythe. The mist was simply a part of her soul now. Its form was also not set in stone. The mist blade naturally manifested into a beautiful war scythe, but it could assume the shape of other weapons, as well. As they watched, Jet turned it into a khopesh, a misericord, a bec de corbin, and an actual scythe. There seemed to be only 5 available forms, at least for now. All 5 shapes were that of a weapon, and that weapon was soul-bound, but not in the way that Sunny's marble shell was soul-bound. In the case of the marble shell, its power was directly tied to the power of his soul. Jet's scythe, however, was bound to the souls of those it killed. Or rather, those souls would become bound to it. None of them knew what it meant, precisely. However, Soul Reaper was able to conclude a couple of things from reading the description of this strange innate ability. First of all, the mist blade was able to absorb and contain the souls of its victims. The soul of the most powerful being killed souls of its victims. The soul of the most powerful being killed by it would become the basis of its power, so, if Jet slayed a great beast, her scythe would become akin to a supreme memory of the first tier. If she killed an unholy titan, the scythe would become akin to a divine memory of the 7th tier. Which was a bizarre and truly astonishing quality. Secondly, the souls contained within the mist could be consumed, replenishing Jet's essence. If all souls were consumed, leaving the mist blade empty, her own soul would become the basis of its power. These were the things she knew. However, there were still many questions about her aspect legacy. For example, how many souls could it contain? Would they only influence the mist blade's power, or would they also infuse it with unique qualities akin to enchantments? If so, if Jet consumed all the bound souls, what unique quality would her own soul infuse? Although there were no answers, Sunny felt like the souls of the victims would indeed infuse the mist blade with unique enchantments. He also suspected that the number of souls the mist could contain was 5, one for each of the forms it could take, equal to the supreme rank of Jet's aspect. He also suspected that if she consumed all 5 of the bound souls, the aspect legacy would become much more potent and dire. The reason was rather simple: the only situation where Jet would burn both through her own essence and the souls stored inside the mist blade was a truly desperate situation. And those usually called for the most desperate solutions. He wouldn't be surprised to learn that if the mist blade was devoid of bound souls, it could allow Soul Reaper to consume her own soul in order to accomplish something truly dire. How sinister. The beautiful war scythe was a dreadful thing, indeed. Effie's supreme memory, meanwhile, was much less terrifying. Which was not to say that it wasn't wondrous. When the huntress first summoned the memory, no one knew what to make of it. It was not a weapon, nor was it an armor. In fact, it did not resemble a tool or a garment either. At best, it could pass for a charm. The memory looked like a large iron locket tied to a black leather cord. Inside the locket was an image of a meadow surrounded by tall hills, with a river running through it and a forest visible in the distance. A black dock was resting in the shade of a tall tree. The drawing was simple and crude, as if made by a child. After looking at the weave of the supreme memory, Sunny was momentarily dazed. It was one of the most strange and intricate weaves he had ever seen. There was something familiar about it, though. After pondering for a few moments, Sunny understood why he felt this sense of familiarity. It was because he had been studying the covetous coffer recently. And some parts of this startling new weave bore a distant resemblance to a few elements of what he had been staring at for the better part of the past week. Effie confirmed his guess: the iron locket was a spatial storage memory. However, it was entirely different from the coffer. That was because, unlike his toothy chest, the locket could store living beings. Sunny was really surprised to hear that, but the vigorous huntress simply grinned and promptly demonstrated what she meant. Before he knew it, the abyssal darkness of the vortex and the softly illuminated deck of the chain breaker disappeared. Instead, he was blinded by bright sunlight. When Sunny was able to see again, he found himself standing on a green meadow. There were tall hills in the distance, a forest to his right, and a river to his left. The only thing missing was a black dog. For a few moments, he felt confused at the fact that there was only one sun in the sky. Where did the other 6 go? Then, Sunny realized where he was and almost jumped in surprise. He was just about to send his shadows to explore when Effie retrieved him from the dog locket. Suddenly, he was back on the deck of the chain breaker. The huntress looked really curious. "Oh. I see that you are alive. Good. Did it work?" Sunny stared at her in outrage. What? You weren't certain it would?" Effie coughed. "This is the first time I summoned the locket, so how would I know?" "Well, I was mostly certain." "Yeah, definitely." He shook his head in exasperation and took a deep breath. "Yes, it worked." Sunny described what he had experienced. After a bit of exploration, they discovered that the space contained within the locket was not too big. It was about 3 kilometers across, encompassing the meadow, several hills, a part of the forest and the river. Beyond the boundary, the world turned into a crude painting, and it was impossible to move further. Nevertheless, living beings could indeed be stored in that space. There was even water for them to drink and berries for them to gather in the forest. Needless to say, such a space could be extremely useful. Sunny had never seen such a bizarre memory. SarTheNovelIer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Wow. Supreme memories are really on another level. The Crown of Twilight was already mind-boggling enough, but Effie's locket took the prize. Although it was not nearly as powerful as Darren's crown, just in terms of uniqueness, it was far ahead. What a great prize. After taking a short rest, the cohort concentrated on traveling deeper into the abyssal tunnel. Chapter 1484 Radiant Depths. Surrounded by darkness, the chain-breaker continued to travel down the twisting underwater tunnel. Cassie had taken up the steering oars, which alleviated some of Sunny's nervousness. While she was the most experienced helmsman among them, he barely knew what he was doing. So, the chances of the flying ship colliding with the walls of the tunnel and being torn apart by the water current were reduced by a lot with the blind seer at the helm. Still, no one knew what waited for them in the depths of the great river. They were nervous, apprehensive, and full of grim anticipation. The cohort rested, consumed a hearty meal, and went about repairing the slight damage dealt to the flying ship by its crash landing on Alethius Island. The enchanted hull weathered the rough landing well, only receiving a few shallow scrapes. However, there were more delicate parts of the ship that had to be mended or replaced. Sunny, Nephice, Jet, and Effie were not carpenters or builders, but their skill was enough for the task. After all, Sunny was a specialist in wilderness survival, while Nephice had been able to build boats all the way back on the forgotten shore. Effie had the experience of surviving in the Dark City for years, while Jet was Jet. She was somehow capable of doing anything that needed to be done. Later, they gathered on the deck and silently observed the darkness below. After a while, Sunny grew bored and summoned the covetous coffer. Borrowing Effie's locket, he began comparing the two weaves with each other. He was very curious to see if he could make the storage inside the coffer habitable, as well. For now, it seemed incredibly far-fetched. But then again, many of the things he had accomplished seemed far-fetched once. If he was not capable of doing something today, he might be able to do it in the future. Becoming a competent sorcerer was a gradual process. Time slowly passed. And as it did, the depths of the great river slowly changed. It was not something that they could see or hear, but more of a vague, eerie, oppressive feeling. Although the chain breaker was surrounded by water and had descended deep below the surface of the river by now, none of them could perceive what hid beyond the spinning walls of the twisting tunnel. However, it seemed as if the absolute darkness that surrounded them was somehow growing darker and darker with each hour that passed. Sunny felt a sense of immense threat. Cassie was pale, as well. It was as if they were surrounded by terrifying danger from all sides, worse even than it had been in the flowing mist of Alethius Island. However, if there was some harrowing being in the water, it did not enter the tunnel to swallow them whole. Remembering how much the dreadful whirlpool resembled a colossal maw, Sunny could only hope that it was not because they were already in the being's intestines. Maybe whatever creatures dwell in the unfathomable depths simply can't exist outside of water. Or maybe the current of the tunnel walls is as dangerous to them as it is to the chain breaker. What was it? He looked at the members of the cohort and found them in a similar state to his. Especially Cassie, who was blind, but also saw much more than anyone else. Then, the brightness of the water changed once again as another inconceivable shadow moved through its radiant mass, far in the distance. He shivered. Go inside. Cassie's voice was hoarse. Lowering her head, she sighed and repeated herself. Go inside. Don't return until it's dark again. It's not good for you to stay here. Nephice looked at her for a moment, then frowned. What about you? We won't leave you alone. The blind girl shook her head. I'll be fine. I won't be able to see anything if you leave, anyway. Most importantly. She shivered slightly. Nothing will be able to gaze back at me. Go. Sunny knew all too well that some nightmare creatures felt when someone was looking at them. That was why people had to be careful where they turned their eyes in the dream realm, especially in those regions of it where true horrors dwelled. That was why he did not try to dissuade Cassie and silently pulled Nephice toward the entrance to the lower decks. He recalled his shadows, as well. Jet and Effie followed. They spent some time together at the mess deck, but no one was in the mood to talk. It felt as if the smallest sound could be heard by the beings that moved in the depths of the great river, and so, after a while, the members of the cohort left for their cabins and tried to fall asleep. The merciless light bathed the chain breaker for a few more hours, and then grew dim. Finally, it disappeared entirely, replaced once again by absolute darkness. The spinning tunnel continued to lead them down, 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 down into the unfathomable depths. The great river was rumored to be bottomless, and surrounded by the darkness, Sunny could easily believe that it was. However, he also felt that if they survived a few more days of the descent, perhaps they would prove the rumors wrong. Chapter 1485 Traversing the Vortex. Traveling through the twisting underwater tunnel was a constant struggle, but, strangely enough, it was mostly safe. Just as Windflower had said, as long as the chain breaker did not touch the water, there was little inside the vortex that could threaten them. If the flying ship did touch the spinning walls of the tunnel, though, death was all but guaranteed, not only because of the terrible current and the obliterating pressure, but also because causing even the smallest ripple was going to alert the harrowing beings dwelling in the unfathomable depth of the great river of their presence. Staying away from the walls was not challenging at first, but the deeper they descended, the more perilous that situation became. The tunnel grew narrower, while its twists became more frequent and steep with each passing day. Sometimes, it bent so much that the chain breaker flew forward for a while instead of continuously descending. It was as though they were really traveling through the intestines of an unimaginable beast. Worst of all was the fact that the tunnel was not static. It constantly moved, undulating, making it seem as though the walls of spinning water were pursuing the graceful ship. Perhaps they were. Sometimes, the water was shrouded in abyssal darkness. Sometimes, it shone with blinding light. Nephi steered the ship in the darkness, but when the depths of the great river ignited with beautiful radiance, Cassie had to take the oars. The rest of them were forced to escape to the interior of the flying vessel, leaving her to face the harrowing shapes moving through the radiant water alone. Anyone would have been shaken and mentally strained by having to endure the horror and pressure of those terrible creatures in solitude. Despite that, Cassie remained calm and seemingly unperturbed. Sunny did not know if that was a good sign or not. What he did know, however, was that they would have never survived the journey through the vortex without the chain breaker. They would have been long swallowed by the great river if Cassie had not repaired the enchantment circuit, as well. As it was, Sunny felt that they would, perhaps, make it to the other side of the vortex unscathed. Days passed in tense silence. The deeper they descended, the more palpable the pressure assaulting their minds was. The abyssal darkness was suffocating, and the radiant light was dreadful. More than that, at some point, the world itself became strange, playing tricks with their minds. Time was growing convoluted and elusive, as if it, too, was being crushed by the oppressive weight of the water surrounding them. Sunny and Nephi, who had already experienced something similar in the time storm, were less affected by this strangeness than the other members of the cohort. However, eventually, they too grew accustomed to the eerie unstableness of time. With time, space had also become unreliable. At first, Sunny thought that it was the chain breaker's flight that had lost its smoothness, making the flying ship shake and shudder from time to time. Sometimes, it would jerk, and sometimes, it would sway. But then, he realized that it was the fabric of reality itself that had become twisted. Updated from. He understood it while carrying a cup of tea, brewed with the invigorating water of the endless spring, to Nephi's. Usually, a walk from the lower deck entrance to the stern would have taken him less than a minute, and a few dozen steps. However, this time, Sunny counted at least several hundred steps before reaching the runic circle. The tea he was carrying was still hot and steaming, though. That is, not good. He stared at the teacup in his hand, then at Nephi's, who was steering the ship without seemingly having noticed anything strange. What if it was not the deck that had been stretched like a rubber band, but one of us? Looking at the walls of the tunnel, Sunny flinched. The walls had turned into a blur. The chain breaker was frozen in place, but the tunnel itself was flying past it at tremendous speed. The twists and turns that Nephi's had been cautiously navigating were now flashing past them, forcing her to steer the ship as fast as she could, and much faster than that, even if they wanted to survive. Doesn't make any sense. Sunny was confused for a moment. How could the flying ship both remain in place and be steered around the bends of the tunnel? It was as if the world itself was being spun and moved by Neff's hands. But then again, when was the last time the world made any sense? Perhaps the static position of the chain breaker was simply a matter of perspective. Perhaps they were simply being carried by some unfathomable, eerie force. What did it matter? The only thing that mattered was for Nephi's to guide them through the swiftly moving tunnel. And she did. Completely focused, she guided the chain breaker, not allowing the water to swallow it. A minute passed, then another, then another. Then an eternity. Suddenly, the tunnel disappeared. Something flashed, blinding Sunny, and was then replaced by darkness. He could feel motion once again. In fact, he could feel a lot of motion. It was as if the chain breaker had been shot from a catapult. Their speed was so dreadful that he was instantly blown back a dozen meters, and only managed to remain on the ship by clutching at the railing. Damn. Sunny felt a tremendous force pushing him back, and a hurricane wind crashing into him with primal fury. All he could do was grit his teeth and hold on for his dear life. Slowly, their speed decreased. Nephi's, who had been pressed into the upholstery, pushed one of the oars and rolled the ship. It was only then that Sunny realized that the chain breaker had been flying upside down. As the flying ship revolved around its axis, Sunny fell on the deck and weakly picked himself up. It seemed that they had escaped the vortex. Chapter 1486 Colorful Ribbon. The chain breaker was still flying at high speed in the direction it had been expelled from the vortex. Thankfully, Nephi's had rolled the ship in time, preventing the members of the cohort from plummeting down, but Sunny was still pressed into the deck, struggling to stand up. The world was dark, with only the soft glow of the sacred tree illuminating it. Finally, he rose to his feet, swayed slightly, and called out in a stifled voice. Is everyone alive? Updated from. He could see Nephi's nearby, she was safe. Looking across the deck, he noticed Effie leaning on the sacred tree, a startled expression on her face. Luckily, the huntress did not look injured. Jet was a bit further away. It seemed that she had used the fifth form of her mist blade, the Scythe, as a hook to keep herself in place. Her icy blue eyes were alert and focused. Cassie had been sleeping in her cabin when the strange event happened, so she was definitely fine. The blind girl might have suffered a few bruises, but she wouldn't have been thrown overboard. I'm fine. Alive is a strong word. Hearing Effie and Jed answer his question, Sunny let out a relieved sigh. Almost at the same time, Cassie appeared from below the deck, looking a bit haggard. With each member of the cohort accounted for, he relaxed a little. They seemed to have escaped the dreadful whirlpool. At least it looked that way. The twisting tunnel was gone, replaced by a vast empty space. The oppressive feeling Sunny had felt in the depths of the great river was gone, too, and time seemed to be flowing naturally as well. Space, however. Space was a bit strange. Sunny struggled to describe the wrongness he felt, but it was definitely there. Humans, after all, were not meant to perceive the fabric of space, why would they, considering that it was meant to be constant and immutable? But many immutable concepts had become vague with the descent of the spell. Especially here in the tomb of Ariel, many things that he had considered absolute had proven to be less than reliable. The existence of the tomb was in and of itself a paradox, considering that it contained an entire world. Nevertheless, even though Sunny could not perceive the fabric of space, he could still sense that something was wrong with it. He just could not explain what. What is going on? No, first, where are we? There was no sound of the water splashing against the hull of the chain breaker, no sunlight, no glow that suffused the great river at night. There was only darkness, silence, and wind. Frowning, Sunny glanced at Nephi's. She was still holding the steering oars, but at the moment, there was nothing for her to do. The ship was still flying, rising? Due to inertia, and it was impossible to control it until that inertia dissipated. He studied her face, making sure that Nephi's was all right, and then looked behind her. There was nothing there, only a vast, boundless darkness. The wind played with her beautiful silver hair. Neph looked at him, too. She hesitated for a few moments, then said cautiously. Sunny grew still. What am I looking at? There was nothing behind Nephi's. But in the direction where he was currently looking, something floated in the darkness. It was like a colorful ribbon painted in lilac, azure, and crimson, with parts of it drowning in shadows. 7 small motes of light slowly moved through the darkness around it, making for a beautiful sight. The ribbon created a circle, its surface twisted on itself like a Mobius strip. It took Sunny a few moments to realize what the ribbon was. It's the Great River. His eyes widened, as well. Because there was nothing but emptiness between the chain breaker and the colorful ribbon, it was all but impossible to determine distance, and therefore scale. However, he knew. Lilac, azure, and crimson were the 3 regions of the Great River: dawn, day, and dusk. The 7 little motes of light were the 7 suns. The areas of the ribbon where the light of the suns did not reach were shrouded in shadows. However, at least one sun was always on the opposite side of the ribbon, its light penetrating the mass of water and making the water glow. The chain breaker was far, far away from the Great River. And the empty darkness around them was the interior of the tomb of Ariel. However, Sunny forgot all about the Black Pyramid and its creator. His eyes were locked on the beautiful ribbon, which twisted on itself, like a Mobius strip. His whole body shuddered, and his face turned deathly pale. His heart was suddenly consumed by dread. His mind was deathly still. His lips trembled. Sunny felt like he was suffocating. It's a loop. The Great River twisted on itself, flowing endlessly, its surface never interrupted. The Great River, the entirety of it, was an infinite loop. Chapter 1487 The Source. Sunny stared at the distant Great River, frozen in place. His face was motionless. However, there was a storm raging in his mind. Fragmented truths that he had learned, witnessed, and experienced in the tomb of Ariel were moving, colliding with each other, and clicking in place with a dreadful noise. The inconceivable truth of their nightmare was slowly revealing itself. From start to finish, it was all. He was suddenly overcome with fear. Shifting his gaze slightly, Sunny studied the beautiful ribbon that twisted on itself, forming an infinite loop. Deep crimson, vibrant azure, soft lilac, the 7 suns shining in the darkness. It was like a dream. How can this be? How can the Great River flow in a circle? But then again, of course, it could. In hindsight, it made so much sense. There had always been a paradox in how the Great River was described. Because it was always described as endless. Sunny had not paid it much attention before, assuming that the word was simply there to provide flavor. But he should have known better. The spell was always deliberate with its choice of words. The description of the stifled scream read: a great river was contained within it, flowing endlessly from the future into the past. Updated from. But how could a river of time be endless? The past wasn't infinite. If the great river really flowed into the past, anyone sailing it would reach the point beyond the origin of time eventually, so, by definition, it could not flow endlessly. Only it could. Because its estuary was also its source, within the tomb of Ariel, the past was connected to the future, creating a single whole. The proof was right in front of him. There was a reason why the nightmare creatures populating the great river were most powerful in the far reaches of the past, near the estuary, and in the far reaches of the future, where Sunny had initially come from. The two were one and the same. He frowned, then shook his head. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. If the great river was an infinite loop, and the past turned into the future, having no end, then what about the estuary? The existence of the estuary was also undeniable. Not only was it mentioned in the descriptions of the stifled scream and the shroud of graceless dusk, but it was the reason why the seekers of truth had come to the tomb of Ariel, as well. They had come to find the secrets that the demon of dread had hidden in the estuary of the great river. The hideous truth he had wished to be free of. And when Alethea, the first seeker, had finally found it, the defilement was born. It was a place between the past and the future, where the laws of time were twisted and broken. The entrance to the true estuary, the space that existed beyond time, containing Ariel's secrets, was hidden somewhere in the mist. Alethea had found it, but Sunny simply drifted past, being carried by the current. When the piece of flotsam reached the boundary of the source, he was expelled from it, appearing in the far reaches of the future, in the area of the great river corresponding to the point in time where the person whose role he took had entered the tomb of Ariel. Wait. Sunny was suddenly covered in cold sweat when he remembered a few more details about his time in the mist, in the boundary. Hadn't he been tormented by nightmares of madness, despair, and dreadful obsession there? Hadn't he screamed, waking up? No, no. Not again, please. Hadn't the sin of solace inexplicably become perfectly complete and real out there, in the mist? And the great river was a loop. Sunny shuddered. A terrible premonition grasped his heart with icy claws. Sitting on the deck of the chain breaker, he gazed at the distant river and whispered. The 6 plagues are not the future versions of ourselves. Sunny closed his eyes. They are our past. They are us from the previous revolution of the Great River. Chapter 1488 The First Plague. Sunny felt a headache approaching. Something was very wrong here. How could the 6 plagues exist? The Great River was a time loop, just like Aletheus Island had been, but also different. On Aletheus Island, time moved in a circle. A single day endlessly repeated itself, and a new cycle started each time that day ended. The Great River, however, was a bizarre place where time and space were one and the same. It flowed from the future into the past, and so, those who traveled it were also traveling across time. The cycles of the Great River did not start once a certain period of time passed. They were both a measure of time and a measure of space. To reach a new revolution, a person had to travel all the way to the estuary, which was also the source, and cross the boundary between the past and the future. Then, they would be sent to the point in time and space when they had first entered the tomb of Ariel. So, if the chain breaker sailed past Verge and braved the source, the members of the cohort would be sent to different places on the first day after they had entered the nightmare. Sunny would find himself on a piece of flotsam, Nephice would be stranded on the corpse of the black turtle, Cassie would return to Fallen Grace on the day the other Sibyl succumbed to the defilement, and Jet and Effie would be back to living the harsh lives of the river nomads. Sunny shifted slightly. Still, it did not explain how both the members of the cohort and the 6 plagues could exist at the same time. If their version from the previous cycle had braved the source, on purpose or by accident, while searching for the entrance into the estuary, they would have disappeared. More than that, the plagues had been rampaging across the Great River for decades, perhaps even centuries. How could that be? Well, why not? There's all kinds of weirdness happening with time in the tomb of Ariel. Do I really want to doubt that something like that is possible? Especially now that Sunny knew about the source, a misty place where the past and the future met, and where the meaning of time lost all reason, he could not be surprised by anything. What would happen, for example, if someone entered the source, but then turned back and left the way they had come instead of crossing the boundary of the future? What would happen if they left from a different point than where they had entered? What would happen if they stayed inside the source for a while, allowing the current to move past them? He did not know. Sunny did know one thing, however. The method of starting a new revolution might have been different from Aletheus Island, but its effect would be the same. Once someone returned to the past, their memory of the previous cycle would be erased. Their soul would be restored to how it had been before. No signs of them having traveled the Great River in the past would remain. Which meant... Sunny shivered. Not again, please. The words he had shouted while waking up, on the first day in the nightmare, echoed in his ears. How many times have we challenged this nightmare? Had Sunny been the first of the 6 plagues, and the one who had infected the other 5? In any case. So why do I not remember anything? If my version from the previous cycle was corrupted by the defilement, why is my soul free of it? He flinched. Wasn't the answer obvious? What could cure the infection of cursed knowledge? Oblivion could. In order to be cured, he had to forget the cursed knowledge before returning to the past. The key of the estuary. A mysterious memory that had been there, in his soul, when he found himself in the mist on the first day of the nightmare. A memory that possessed a passive enchantment that did not seem to have any effect on him. An enchantment that consisted of two parts, one directed outward, one directed inward. And which had something to do with the sin of solace. Sunny took a deep breath as the truth of the estuary key finally revealed itself. It's a muzzle. The purpose of the mysterious memory was to prevent the sin of solace from sharing any knowledge of the previous cycles with Sunny. So that he never remembered what had happened in the past, and therefore never learned the cursed knowledge of defilement. That was one part of its enchantment. The other, much more burdensome part, was meant to make the estuary key immune to the change of cycles. To make it remain in Sunny's soul even if he crossed the boundary of the source and was sent into the past. That was why the Mad Prince had been so interested in the great tyrant slain by the Serpent King in Alethea's tower. Because the tyrant remained dead no matter how many revolutions passed, its death had been made permanent, carrying over from one cycle of the loop to the next. Back then, the defiled madman must have already been trying to create the estuary key. To cure himself of the defilement, and make another attempt to conquer the nightmare. No, not just conquer it, but do it in a specific way. To erase the mistake he had made, or maybe the crime he had committed. Murderer. Sunny gulped for air. At that moment, he realized something else. There were only 3 of the 6 plagues left, Soul Stealer, Torment, and the Dread Lord. The Mad Prince was gone. He did not exist in the tomb of Ariel anymore. Because he had crossed the boundary of the source and sent himself into the past. He had become Sunny. Chapter 1489. A variable. It had to be true. The Mad Prince must have traveled in time to become Sunny, for one simple reason. Sunny could not possess the key of the estuary otherwise. He took a deep breath and grasped his head, feeling dazed. There are answers, too many answers. For once. The turbulent swarm of revelations was yet to settle in his mind, and there was no clear picture. Everything makes sense now. But also, nothing makes sense. Sunny felt that he understood the true nature of the great river. He also understood the sequence of events that had transpired prior to the current cycle. It all came together nicely, except for one glaring inconsistency. The existence of the 6 plagues was a paradox that could not be explained by what he knew. But that was all right. He did not know everything, after all, especially not in a place as bizarre as the tomb of Ariel. However, if Sunny simply accepted the paradoxical existence of the plagues as fact, everything would fall into place. For example, the fact that Windflower had met both the Mad Prince and Sunny, just like Effie and Jet coexisted with Devouring Beast and Undying Slaughter, Sunny coexisted with the memories of his previous self. The vile madman was gone, but the scars he had left on the great river remained. Like Weave, which he had destroyed. Or Ananke, whom he doomed to a life of loneliness and loss. So, how did it all happen? Sunny contemplated the third nightmare, numb to his surroundings. The first thing he had to admit was that he did not know, and would most likely never learn, what the initial shape of the nightmare had been. The reality of the great river had been irrevocably changed by the 6 plagues. So, the challenge the original cohort had faced was entirely different. It was possible that everyone had entered the source, but not necessarily so. Sunny could have attempted to find the estuary alone, for some reason. But he definitely had entered the mist and crossed the boundary. That was how the first cycle had ended. Ironically, the madman was enslaved by one of the people he had surrendered to the defilement, Kai. Then, the corrupted cohort found a new goal. To conquer the nightmare and be released into the real world by obliterating the river people's civilization. And so, they somehow found a way to travel into the distant past, to the days long before the first day of the nightmare, and at the same time became foreign invaders of the new cycle. Sunny did not know how, but he had an inkling that the source and the estuary were somehow responsible for the birth of this bizarre and eerie paradox. Over time, the members of the corrupted cohort grew stronger, eventually transcending, or rather, falling deeper into corruption. Ananke had already told Sunny that it was possible for those who followed the path of ascension to reach transcendence without conquering a third nightmare. Similarly, it was possible for fallen nightmare creatures to become corrupted. The fallen terror of the Crimson Spire, for example, had been evolving into a corrupted titan when Nephice killed her. The former members of Neph's cohort achieved a similar feat inside the Tomb of Ariel. And thus, the 6 plagues were born. They subjugated Verge and led the forces of the defilement to annihilate the river people. Even Twilight, the city of challengers led by the Serpent King, fell to their insidiousness and might. They should have conquered the nightmare decades ago, by all accounts. If not for the Mad Prince. An eerie, twisted smile appeared on Sunny's lips. Conquering the nightmare was what the Dread Lord wanted. But it was not what his slave wanted. And so, the vile madman conspired against his master. It seemed that the Mad Prince was still harboring a desperate obsession. One that had nothing to do with spreading the defilement to every corner of the Tomb of Ariel, obliterating the river civilization, or unleashing the 6 plagues into the real world. Sunny did not know what that obsession was. But he could guess. Be careful of what you wish for. Those were the words that the Mad Prince had carved into the piece of flotsam drifting in the mist of the source, over and over again, with his nails. It wasn't hard to guess that he regretted fulfilling his wish. What did Sunny want? To be free. That wish of his had killed Nephice. He shuddered. The Mad Prince, that bastard, was that what he wanted to achieve? To rewrite history and ensure that Nephice survives. Perhaps? And so, the Mad Prince started scheming as he prepared for the arrival of the members of the cohort. He trapped Undying Slaughter and Devouring Beast on Aletheus Island. He had met with Windflower and learned how to create the estuary key. He massacred Weave, and then sent a dream message to Ananke, instructing her to meet Sunny and Nephice in the far reaches of the future when the time came. And gods knew what else. Sunny simply did not know the extent of preparations the Mad Prince had undertaken to ensure that, in this cycle, the events of the nightmare went exactly as he planned. The reality of the Great River had already been entirely changed from how it had originally been by the existence of the 6 plagues. And the vile madman manipulated it even more, purposefully setting the stage for his future self. And then, when all the preparations were done, he simply entered the source and ceased to exist, transferring the estuary key to Sunny. Ensuring that he would not be poisoned by the defilement immediately after entering the nightmare, unlike how it had happened in the previous cycles. And here they were. Sunny let out a long sigh. That treacherous madman. Chapter 1490 No Bounds. Truly, a treachery that knew no bounds. Sunny had succumbed to the defilement and betrayed the cohort, only to betray them once again once they were made into the 6 plagues by him. Killing one of his masters in the process and weaving countless schemes to destroy the other. He did not really know how to feel about it. Was he supposed to be proud of or appalled by his former self? I might have to stop resenting the spell for calling me that. In any case, he felt a deep sense of regret. Because he wouldn't be able to strangle the mad bastard with his own 2 hands. Sunny sighed. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. Well, there it was. The truth. Of course, there were still many things that made little sense, or no sense at all. The most obvious of them, of course, was the paradoxical existence of the 6 plagues, who had not only traveled to the distant past of the river civilization, but also lingered in the Tomb of Ariel despite the start of a new cycle. They really broke all the rules. Sunny also did not know where the Mad Prince had found the chain breaker before arranging for it to be discovered by him and Nephice. He also did not know why the vile madman destroyed Weave, denying them the support of the followers of Weaver, and many other things. Some of them, he was probably never going to learn. But it was all right. The tomb of Ariel had never been a place that could be fully understood by a mere mortal. And he already knew the general shape of things. So what? That knowledge, really, did not change anything at all. Their goal remained the same. Travel to Twilight, retrieve Kai and Mordred, then gather whatever strength they can and attack Verge to slay the first Seeker. If anything, that goal had only become less impossible to achieve. Not only were 3 of the 6 plagues already off the board, but there was no telling what else the Mad Prince had arranged to help the cohort conquer the nightmare. Were the rest of the plagues even alive? Perhaps he had already dealt with them, the same way he had dealt with Devouring Beast and Undying Slaughter. What is this weird feeling? It is as if I'm being helped by myself, from beyond the grave, and not only that, but that dead version of me is also a truly dreadful nightmare creature. Had a more bizarre sentence ever been spoken? Although, technically, Sunny did not speak it aloud. And the Mad Prince was not technically dead, just erased from existence by traveling back in time. Yeah, that definitely does not sound just as bizarre. At that moment, Sunny realized that he had been kneeling on the deck of the chain breaker for quite some time, staring at the distant Great River and spacing out. It must have been quite a strange sight. And at some point, they were catapulted out of the vortex at such a tremendous speed that the chain breaker soared high above the surface of the river. How long was it going to take them to come back? Sunny winced. We don't even know how long we spent on Aletheus Island. Months could have passed, years even, before I became aware of the loop. Was Kai doing fine? What about Fallen Grace? How were that brat Kronos and its other residents faring? We need to return as soon as possible. There was also Effie and her baby. Sunny did not know what would happen if she gave birth within the seed. Would the baby, who had been conceived in the waking world, be a riverborn or an outsider? What would happen to it after they conquered the nightmare? Children are resilient. There was a reason why the spell infected young people. Young souls were much more malleable, and could withstand the awakening better. Of course, no infant had even been sent into the first nightmare, so there was no telling what would happen. This was not a first nightmare, either. It was the third. If they conquered it, would Effie's child become a saint as an infant? Or would the child's soul collapse under the strain of transcendence? Sunny did not know. Damnation. He remained silent for a while, then shook his head. It's going to be fine. I refuse to believe that it won't. Just as he thought that, Effie suddenly cursed. In the next moment, Jet yelled. Stop this damned ship right now. Chapter 1491 Dark Boundary. Sunny, the sails. Before Jet's shout even faded, Cassie and Sunny were already moving. He called upon the shadows to raise the sails of the chain breaker, while she rushed to the runic circle. Nephi's turned to look into the darkness, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. What kind of disaster have we stumbled into now? Grasping the steering oars, Cassie skillfully turned the ship to borrow the force of the wind. At the same time, the runic circle ignited, absorbing strands of her essence. Now that the enchantment circuits were repaired, it was not to power the sorcery of the ancient vessel, but simply to control it. Finally, the chain breaker came to a halt, hovering in the boundless darkness of the tomb of Ariel. Sunny approached Jet and Effie, tracing their gazes into the distance. What is the matter? His voice faltered. Out there, far away. The world ended. It was hard to see, even for Sunny, because the end of the world was perfectly black, barely distinguishable from the darkness that surrounded them. But still, there was a vast, seemingly endless surface in front of them, stretching in all directions as far as the eye could see, like a boundary of the world. Smooth and lusterless, like polished stone. It took him a moment to realize what he was looking at. It's the inner wall of the pyramid. The endless black boundary was just that, the wall of Ariel's tomb, seen from the inside. However, it dwarfed anything he had ever seen. The towering walls of the dark city were like a speck of dust in front of it. The great ramparts of Falcon Scott were like sand. Looking at the endless black wall, Sunny was stunned by its sheer magnitude. For a moment, he wondered, Was the interior of the pyramid truly large enough to encompass an entire realm, or was it him who had been reduced to the size of an ant? Well, in any case, Jet's warning had come in time. The chain breaker was not going to crush into the endless wall of black stone anymore. They had already stopped, and there was plenty of distance between them and the boundary of Ariel's dreadful world. But then, a slight frown appeared on his face. Turning to Jet, Sunny remained silent for a moment. He could see the surface of the wall because of how special his sight was. She, however, did not share his ability to see in the darkness. So how had Jet and Effie known to warn them? What is it? The huntress was looking forward with a somber expression. She remained silent for a moment, then grimaced. Sunny took an involuntary step back. This is the place Song and Valor wanted to conquer? One great monster was a calamity that only a few people in the waking world could quell. But there were countless dark butterflies dwelling inside the Black Pyramid, protecting its boundary, waiting for some fool to set them free. Or maybe waiting to destroy anyone who would try to desecrate the tomb that the Demon of Dread had built. Sunny shuddered. Ariel, that lunatic, just what did he build? And why? Turning his head slowly, he looked at Cassie with hollow eyes and asked quietly. Cassie, can you extinguish the radiance of the sacred tree? She seemed confused for a moment, then nodded. In the next moment, the beautiful light of the rustling tea grew dimmer, eventually disappearing entirely. Sunny let out a shaky sigh. The lanterns illuminating the chain breaker were extinguished, as well. Soon, the members of the cohort found themselves in absolute darkness. Only Sunny and Cassie could move freely in the absence of light. Unable to look away from the harrowing sight of countless black butterflies crowding the surface of the endless stone wall, he calmed his wildly beating heart and said in a hoarse whisper. Cassie, take us away from here. Back to the river, fast. As fast as you can. The chain breaker moved, slowly turning its bow. The creaking of the masts, the rustle of leaves, and the ripple of the billowing sails sounded like thunder to his ears. If they notice us, we die. I have survived many situations in which I had no business surviving. But this one, there's no surviving that. They had to get away. Sunny gritted his teeth and waited. A few moments passed, then a few moments more. A minute. The chain breaker was gliding toward the distant great river, steadily gaining speed. Faster, faster. Sunny never expected that he would be praying to return to the great river one day. But here he was, doing just that. Perhaps someone had heard his prayers. Eventually, the dreadful wall of Ariel's tomb disappeared from view, and the beautiful ribbon of the great river drew closer. Updated from Chapter 1492 Back to the River plus, turn off reset. Chapter 1492 Back to the River. The chain breaker escaped from the slumbering legion of the monstrous butterflies, traveling further and further away from the endless black surface of the pyramid's wall. Sunny counted the seconds, afraid that a dark cloud would rise into the air and chase them. Tense silence permeated the air, and none of the cohort members spoke. Powerful winds wandered the hollow darkness around them. The space itself was acting strangely, making it feel as if the world was not quite right. The distant ribbon of the great river was drawing nearer at tremendous speed. After a while, he took a deep breath. We should be safe now, right? He wasn't sure. Sunny had thought that he knew a lot about the tomb of Ariel, but now, he felt that the unassuming demon was far more sinister and mysterious than it seemed. And why wouldn't he have been? Ariel did not leave that strong of an impression, true, but that was only in comparison to his three harrowing siblings, Weaver, Nether, and Hope. The Demon of Dread was still a true deity, though, a being capable of challenging the gods and tearing down the heavens. Of course, this pyramid of his would be just as dreadful. In fact, it was a testament to how adaptable people were that Sunny had learned to take this terrible place for granted, a tomb built from the body of an unholy titan, containing a mystical river created from the titan's blood. Was he insane to hope that they could escape its boundary unscathed? But in the end, they did escape. None of the dark butterfly had awakened or rushed to pursue them, allowing the chain breaker to freely dive into the darkness. The space itself rippled and flowed, streaming past the flying ship like liquid. It was a strange feeling. They were descending toward the great river much faster than it should have been possible. Eventually, Sunny let out a relieved sigh. "We are safe. I think." Hearing him, Cassie allowed the sacred tree to shine once again, and its soft light enveloped the deck. The members of the cohort glanced at each other, their faces full of weariness and fatigue. The last few days had not been easy on them, and the days before that had been even more dire. Jet looked back with a bleak expression. What the hell was there, in the darkness? The others looked at Sunny, as well. He remained silent for a moment, then shrugged. The wall of the pyramid. And on that wall, countless great monsters, crowding its surface like horrid mold. Thankfully, they seemed to be slumbering, and none noticed us. The members of the cohort were dismayed, and he could easily understand why. The words countless and great monsters were not supposed to ever appear next to each other. And yet, here in the tomb of Ariel, they did. Seriously, now, I understand why there are only a few dozen saints in the world. Surely, this particular third nightmare was more dreadful than the rest. But not by much, most likely. Saint Tyrus, Beastmaster, Bloodwave, Wake of Ruin, and the other transcendents, all of them had survived harrowing trials similar to this one. Sunny had never underestimated the saints, but he found a new sense of admiration for them. No wonder most of them seemed so distant. Shaking his head, Sunny gazed at the great river and let out a sigh. Anyway, I don't think that there is anyone between us and the river. So, we should be safe for now. As he finished speaking, Cassie added. Our plan was to explore Windflower Aletheus Island, to find you two, then return to Fallen Grace, regroup, and sail for Twilight. However, the situation is a bit different now, because we can reach both cities from up here. We can even travel directly to Verge, not that it's a good idea. Nephice nodded. So, what we need to decide today is whether we want to go directly to Twilight, or recuperate at Fallen Grace first. Effie and Jet glanced at each other. Neither of them had been to Fallen Grace or knew a lot about Twilight. At the same time, due to the difference in how the members of the cohort had experienced time in the nightmare, they were the most exhausted of the five. Sunny, Nephice, and Cassie had spent more time inside the tomb of Ariel, but they at least had plenty of downtime between the many harrowing ordeals. Effie and Jet, however, never had an opportunity to rest. After a few moments of silence, Effie smiled. What's the point of delaying the inevitable? Let's go directly to where Knight and that Valor Princeling are. Wait, or is he a Song Princeling now? Anyway, the sooner we get them, the sooner we can escape this damned nightmare. Jet grinned. I agree. I consider myself a very patient woman, you know. I waited for a long, long time to get a chance at transcendence. But now, my patience is running thin. Let's conquer this nightmare as soon as possible. She secretly threw a glance at Effie's belly, but did not add anything else. Sunny sighed. Well, then. He looked at Nephice, remained silent for a moment, and nodded. It's unanimous. We are going to Twilight, I guess. Chapter 1493 Sins of the Past Plus, Turn Off Reset. Chapter 1493 Sins of the Past. The plan of action was clear. In the next, however long it was going to take, the chain breaker would traverse the empty darkness and return to the great river. They would aim to land as close to Twilight as possible. Granted, no one knew where the lost city was located, exactly. All they knew was that it was situated in the reaches of the great river where the sky was painted lilac by the light of dawn, as well as the general era when it had been established. The latter was inscribed on the slates recovered from the drowned temple. So, Cassie was going to guide the chain breaker to the stretch of the river corresponding to that era, and they would explore the currents from there. Sunny felt a bad premonition when he thought about Twilight, and the blind girl seemed troubled, as well. Neither knew what was waiting for the cohort there, but, whatever it was, two things were certain. First, that they were going to face a trial no less dangerous, and most likely far more terrible, than anything they had experienced in the tomb of Ariel yet, which was saying a lot, considering how utterly dreadful Alethea Island had been. Second, that the Mad Prince had to have arranged something to happen in Twilight, as well. There were 4 fixed events in each cycle, after all, Nephi's and Sunny entering the tomb of Ariel in the far reaches of the future, upstream of Weave, Cassie entering the nightmare in Fallen Grace, Effie and Jet entering the nightmare among the river nomads, and Kai entering the nightmare somewhere near Twilight, accompanied by Mordred. It would be strange if the Mad Prince had not included the Lost City in his schemes. Something unspeakable is waiting for us there. I can feel it. Sunny's expression was bleak. Nevertheless, he felt strangely hopeful. Precisely because the Mad Prince had most likely already done something to give them a chance, no matter how small. Was it arrogance, to have faith in the devious nature of his former self? He did not know, and he did not care. Additionally, Sunny had 2 more hidden advantages. The crown of Twilight he wore was going to grant him a nearly inexhaustible reserve of essence in the land, waters, of constant dawn. More than that, it was a key to the defensive arrays of Twilight. All he had to do to gain control of them was reach Darren's throne room. He and Nephi's were 2 of the most powerful masters in history, and their power only became greater when they were together. Jet received her aspect legacy, while Effie could inspire all 3 of them with her ascended ability and support the cohort from the back with javelins. There was Cassie, as well, the unassuming seer who was actually the hidden ace of the cohort. Her affinity to mysteries and revelations could resolve many problems that would otherwise be unsolvable, and warn them of the most dire threats in advance. So, overall, he judged that their chances of tackling Twilight were not bad. Right now, however. Sunny hid his face behind a cup of tea and furtively studied the faces of his companions. The most up-to-date novels are published on n0velge.co/m. There was another conversation they had to have. He sighed. This is silly. They had not discussed the revelations about the nature of the Great River, the true identity of the 6 plagues, and his own role in all that had happened yet. It was indeed stupid to feel ashamed of the actions of his defiled past version, but he was. How did one go about telling his friends that he had turned them all into nightmare creatures in the past life? Or maybe even in countless past lives? It is probably just as awkward as telling the girl you're in love with that you killed her. Sunny coughed. But then again, adding that your evil version betrayed the other defiled and brutally slaughtered countless innocent people just to create a future where she remains alive, should count for something, right? I mean, it's a bit romantic. Right? Cassie didn't say anything, and simply nodded. Sunny sighed. He didn't really feel responsible for the actions of the Mad Prince, but it was still nice to know that his companions had his back, no matter what. At that moment, Effie leaned back and said, "On that note, Doofus, can you tell your chest to stop trying to bite my arm off? I know there are still plenty of tasty things inside. I won't take much, well, all of it, at least." He laughed. "Go get your own tasty things. Do you think we don't see you wolfing down those berries from your locket without sharing them with anyone?" As the members of the cohort moved past the identity of the Mad Prince and started to discuss the bizarre secrets of the Great River, his gaze brushed past Cassie. The blind girl was listening quietly, cradling a cup of tea in her hands. For a moment, a shadow ran across Sunny's face. He had become aware of the loop on Alethea Island, but hadn't Cassie become aware of it, too? Wouldn't the same had happened with the cycles of the Great River, then? And, unlike him, she didn't have the estuary key to prevent her from remembering. Sunny studied the blind girl for a moment, then shook his head. No, that was impossible. Back on Alethea Island, Cassie must have regained her memories because of being exposed to the sin of solace through him, even if she had never admitted it. So, the restriction placed on the sword wraith was protecting her, too. Otherwise, it would be not Cassie, but torment sitting across the table from him. Watching as the blind girl took a sip of her tea, and then smiled at Effie's joke, he finally allowed himself to relax. There was little time left for them to rest and recuperate. Once the chain breaker reached twilight, Sunny had a feeling that none of them would have an opportunity to rest for a long while. Chapter 1494 The Edge. Standing on the deck of the chain breaker as it barreled through the empty darkness, Sunny felt a strange mix of horror and exhilaration. That was because the distance they had to cover could only be called cosmic. He did not know how far the Great River was from the walls of the pyramid, exactly, but it had to be an astronomical number of kilometers, perhaps not as immense as the distance between Earth and the Moon, but of a similar proportion. If so, logically, it would take them years to return. However, space itself was acting strange in the interior of the tomb of Ariel. Judging by how fast the Great River was drawing closer, they were going to reach it in a matter of days, or weeks at most. In any case, it didn't stop Sunny from imagining that he was on a spaceship. Come to think of it, can the chain breaker travel through space? The source of this content no/v/l/n. It probably could, considering that the force propelling the flying vessel was sorcerous in nature. However, that didn't mean that the helmsman and the passengers would survive space. So, this was probably as close as Sunny would ever get to being a taikonaut, a cosmonaut? Astronaut? Whatever the word was. Not the least because, according to Jet, Earth's orbit hid dangers that even she wasn't qualified to know about. With a sigh, he looked away from the great river and went to sit beneath the branches of the sacred tree. He preferred to spend his time leaning on an Anki's catch, but the sin of solace was less likely to bother him here. Therefore, Sunny reluctantly abandoned his previous spot. With only a few precious days left before they returned, he wanted to concentrate on weaving. There were 5 supreme soul shards inside the covetous coffer, and Sunny still remembered his sincere desire to make the cohort as strong as possible. Sadly, even after studying the soul arsenals of his companions, he didn't find a memory that could be easily elevated to the supreme rank. There were a number of transcendent memories between the 5 of them, but very few that were both suitable and within his ability to modify. The only real exception was the sin of solace. Sunny felt that he could elevate the rank of the cursed Jian rather swiftly, however, he was wary of making it any stronger. Before, Sunny had only been concerned about making the sword wraith more powerful. Now, he also had to worry about the relationship between the sin of solace and the estuary key. The sin of solace was a transcendent memory of the 5th tier, while the estuary key was a supreme memory of the 6th tier. Was it really a coincidence that the key was exactly 1 rank and 1 tier above the memory it was meant to suppress? If not, what would happen if this balance was broken by his meddling? Considering that the consequence of failure was becoming infected by the defilement, Sunny did not wish to take unnecessary risks. The Jade Jian was already capable of cutting through great nightmare creatures with the help of the Crown of Dawn, anyway. So, Sunny was forced to leave the supreme soul shards to gather dust in the covetous coffer, and turned his attention to the covetous coffer itself, instead. He was still researching a way to turn this unique memory of his into half of an echo, which would most likely allow him to make a perfectly fine shadow. Why would he want to turn the covetous coffer into a shadow? The distant ribbon slowly grew larger. Soon, it was already covering half of the horizon. The 7 tiny motes of lights turned into furiously radiant spheres, painting the bow of the chain breaker with stark light. Then, the great river completely obscured the darkness beyond. At that point, they were not blindly flying forward, but instead aiming for a particular stretch of it. The winds surrounding them were growing stronger, and the light of the 7 suns suffused the air, making it seem as though they were sailing through the sky once again. Finally, after slightly more than a week, they reached the edge. Sunny knew that they had arrived because a flood of essence suddenly entered his soul. Of course, in reality, it was not coming from an outside source, rather, it was the innate replenishment rate of his cores that had been enhanced by the Crown of Twilight. In any case, the crown had recognized dawn, and so, its mystical enchantment activated. Sighing, Sunny left what he was doing and climbed to the upper deck. There, the members of the cohort had already gathered, looking forward. There, in front of them, a colossal waterfall was plummeting into the abyss, stretching in both directions as far as the eye could see. Painted in the hues of beautiful pink and lilac by the pale light of dawn, the dreamlike clouds of water vapor flowed into the darkness, sparkling with reflected sunlight. The distant roar of the impossible waterfall was like a soft whisper, for now. It was an incredibly beautiful sight. Stunned by the magical beauty, Sunny let out a quiet sigh. Why must this dreadful place be so breathtaking? With that, he glanced at Cassie, who was holding the steering oars. Guided by her hands, the chain breaker soared above the waterfall, flew above the water for a few hours more, and finally landed on the surface of the great river. They had returned. Chapter 1495 Still Water. Sunny had begun the nightmare under the pure azure sky. Then, he traveled to Fallen Grace, which was bathed in the crimson light of an eternal sunset. Now, he finally reached the waters where the soft twilight of nascent dawn suffused the world with a gentle glow. The flowing waters of the great river were like a calm mirror that reflected the dreamlike palette of the vibrant morning sky. As such, it seemed as though the graceful vessel was sailing on heaven itself. It was a beautiful sight that soothed the soul and took one's breath away, if not for the dangers that lurked beneath the splendor of the wondrous current. Cassie had long used the guiding light to point the way to Kai. The fact that the sacred staff still responded to his true name filled Sunny's heart with hope. It meant that his friend was still alive, at least. Now, they were traveling downstream in search of the lost city of Twilight, where the charming archer was stranded. The problem was that instead of distancing itself from the edge, the chain breaker was instead drawing closer and closer to it. So, they had to be wary not only of the nightmare creatures hiding beneath the waves, but also of the current itself. The closer they were to the edge, the more violent the currents became, trying to pull the ship into the endless waterfall. Even now, a few days of sailing away from it, it was almost impossible to keep the chain breaker on course. In the end, Cassie had given up on struggling against the current and raised the flying ship into the air. They were staying low to the water, flying along its surface, to avoid being attacked from above, or at least have more time to react if an attack came. Of course, such a strategy also left them more vulnerable to the enemies lurking below the water. But after witnessing the dreadful swarm of monstrous butterflies, Sunny was extremely wary of the boundless expanse of the dim sky. Days slowly passed. Sunny continued to advance in his endeavor to turn the covetous coffer into an echo. Gradually, though, his mind drifted away from that riddle, turning somber and grave. His companions wore similar expressions. It was as though they were sensing the approach of a violent storm, a storm of blood, perhaps. Of a battle that was going to test the very essence of their resolve, and maybe find it lacking. Slowly but surely, the idle conversation ceased. The sounds of laughter that used to echo above the deck of the chain breaker disappeared, replaced by grim silence. An oppressive tension settled on the deck of the graceful vessel. Nevertheless, everyone remained calm and collected, preparing for battle with cold determination. Ah! I can smell it. The blind seer gently pushed the steering oar, sending the chain breaker around the massive carcass. Jed studied it silently for a few moments, then asked, "What do you think happened here?" Sunny pursed his lips. "It must have been killed by the Twilight people, before the city was lost. I am not sure why it remains in this strange state, though. They were going to find out sooner or later." Leaving the troubling carcass behind, they continued to follow the guiding light. It wasn't long before they encountered more signs of the past battle. There were more dead nightmare creatures, each more terrifying than the previous one. All kinds of horrors seemed to have attacked Twilight once, a long time ago, only to be slain by the warriors of Darren's city. And these were only the ones who had resisted the pull of the current, for some reason. Who knew how many dreadful abominations really participated in the harrowing siege? The corpses were littered with all kinds of wounds. Some had been delivered by crafted weapons, some were clearly delivered by powerful memories. Some seemed to have been dealt to the nightmare creatures by the Serpent King himself, or perhaps one of the saints in his service. They also saw fields of flotsam left behind by shattered ships. The sight of floating debris was both sorrowful and ominous. After traveling across the ancient battlefield for several days, they saw relatively intact ships, as well. They were different both from the alloy behemoths of the waking world and the graceful wooden ships of the river people. Their frames were built of wood, but the hulls were plated with armor crafted from bone, shell, and hide from corrupted leviathans. Most were severely damaged, tilted, with gaping breaches in their hulls. Their masts were broken, and the plates of armor covering their sides bore terrible scars. Some were scorched, some seemed to have been partially dissolved by some unknown liquid. In other words, these broken ships looked no different from the corpses of the nightmare creatures their crew had fought against. Dead, abandoned, and forgotten. If there was one thing in common between all of them, though, it was that there was not a living soul aboard. Only bones wearing shredded armor. Everything was dead and silent, even the waters of the great river grew strangely still, the current almost disappearing. Watching the current stop made Sunny feel a deep sense of unease. He had seen the ceaseless flow of the great river halt only once, all those months ago, in the eye of the time storm. Witnessing something similar happening near twilight made Sunny wary. Just what the hell happened here? Chapter 1496 Bygone Battlefield. They traversed the old battlefield for several more days. By the end of the second week, there were so many dead nightmare creatures and ghostly ships floating in the still water, surrounded by debris and broken weapons, that it became almost impossible to navigate between them. A strange haze hung in the air, limiting how far they could see. With no other choice, Cassie raised the chain breaker higher, and they flew above the scene of harrowing slaughter. The great river was littered with rotten husks of massive abominations, debris, and shattered ships. Shrouded in the somber twilight, they covered the water like a horrid carpet. That carpet stretched into the distance, eventually disappearing in the haze. Sunny was appalled and shaken by this sight. How many people died here? He was no stranger to battlefields, but this one seemed especially somber and poignant. Although there were much less broken ships than there were slain nightmare creatures, this section of the watery battlefield alone must have taken the lives of countless warriors of twilight. Not all of them had been ascended, after all. Desperate to escape a dying world and create an army of saints to reclaim it, Dayron had led most of his surviving subjects here, both awakened and mundane. Before the fall, they had been truly numerous. What is this place? Effie's voice was low. Nephi's glanced at her, then looked back at the dreadful scene. It's the outskirts of a battlefield. This is where our predecessors, warriors of the Twilight Sea, faced the defiled legion of Verge. The Serpent King had once led his people to besiege the cursed city of Verge, but was forced to retreat after failing to destroy the first Seeker. The forces of the defilement must have launched a war campaign in retaliation, and this was the morbid result. Sunny studied the floating corpses. No wonder the defiled have been slow in obliterating fallen grace. Was it different during the first cycle? I wonder. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. The 6 plagues and their tainted army might have been the victors of the Siege of Twilight, but the casualties they had sustained were immeasurably severe. Verge did not possess an infinite number of soldiers, after all. With how many of the defiled abominations seemed to have perished here, in the haze of dawn, there would not be enough of them left to continue an aggressive conquest. Was it different during the first cycle? I wonder. Perhaps, without the 6 plagues, Twilight would still be standing. Same for Weave, and some of the cities ruled by the Sibyls. The cohort would have been able to travel across the great river, slowly gathering allies and building a vast army to destroy Verge. Sunny and Nephi's would have obtained the support of the followers of Weaver, Cassie would have become the saint of the river people, Jet and Effie would have gathered the tribes of the river nomads, and Kai would have earned the trust of the King of Twilight with Mordred's help. But maybe not. Maybe Twilight had always been destined to fall before the new challengers arrived, and the Serpent King had always been destined to descend into madness and become a mindless beast. In any case, that past was gone now, and there was no way to uncover its secrets. Instead, Sunny had to carry the weight of King Darren's crown, and of Windflower's trust, to finish what the people of the Twilight Sea had started. For every spike that remained whole, more were bent or broken. Most of the massive chains that had been connected to the sides of the fortress once were torn and covered by rust. The mighty walls were breached and had partially collapsed. The battlements were littered with human bones, with tattered flags hanging lifelessly in the forlorn stillness. The ghost fortress stood empty and conquered, and only the rare rattling of rusty chains broke the hollow silence that surrounded it. Crow was heading directly to the battlements. Landing on the parapet of a partially collapsed bastion, the black bird raised its beak and cawed loudly. Its caws echoed above the water, spreading far and wide. Frowning slightly, Cassie brought the chain breaker to a halt. The members of the cohort gathered on the bow, studying the breached fortress. The guiding light was still pointing away from it, so why had Jet's crow brought them here? Sunny was just about to speak when he noticed something from the corner of his eye. Out there, atop the collapsed bastion, something had just shined brightly. Turning his head, he narrowed his eyes with a frown. What is it? A moment later, there was a bright shine again, but it disappeared almost immediately. There was a skeletal corpse in polished steel armor laying on the battlement, its back leaning against the locking mechanism of one of the chains. As the chain swayed in the water, the corpse was pushed lightly up and down. When it moved, soft sunlight reflected from the polished surface of its breastplate, almost as if inviting them to come. Sunny tilted his head. That armor. It was mostly covered in grime, but some of it was clean, revealing lustrous, polished steel. That steel was so perfectly polished, in fact, that it was almost like a mirror. He took a deep breath. It seemed that Mordred, the Prince of Nothing, was welcoming them to twilight. Chapter 1497 Chain Barrier. New N0 Vel chapters are published on. The chain breaker rose higher, eventually cresting the wall of the floating stronghold and coming to a stop above the ramparts. From there, they could see a bit further into the haze. Far away to their left, another floating fortress could barely be seen in the dim twilight, just as battered and forlorn as this one. There was one more to their right. All three had been connected by thick chains once, but those had long been torn. Sunny remained motionless for a moment. It's a barrier to block the great river. There must have been a ring of these fortresses built around twilight once, with massive chains strung between them both above and beneath the water. That way, the Defiled would have had to break through the chain barrier before reaching the city. The other choice would have been to dive much deeper and bypass the fearsome barricade of floating fortresses altogether. But that would have left their backs wide open to retaliation by the garrisons of the vanguard strongholds. In any case, it was easy to see that the Defiled had chosen to assault the chain barrier directly. The fighting seemed to have been especially harrowing in the vicinity of the fallen fortresses. And beyond them. Sunny shivered. On the other side of the breached stronghold, there were so many floating corpses that he could barely see the water. It was to such a degree that one could probably walk from here to twilight without getting their boots wet once. Frowning, he placed his hand on the railing. Before he did, however, Sunny hesitated for a moment and looked at his companions. Mordred. The Prince of Nothing was their ally in this nightmare, or at least, he was supposed to be. In truth, it was hard to predict what the devious bastard would do. In the second nightmare, Mordred had slaughtered the entire population of the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Hope, all in pursuit of power. So, he was not someone who was going to have a problem with destroying the remains of the river civilization to achieve his goals. Nor would he feel burdened by releasing the defiled saints into the waking world. Then, however, suddenly, Sunny realized that he could not look away from his own reflection. He stared at it, feeling strangely drawn to the polished breastplate, as if an invisible force of attraction was pulling him in. In the next moment, the world seemed to have flipped. Everything remained the same, but also strangely, inverted. What was to his right was now to his left, while what was to his left was to his right. Sunny was more or less ambidextrous, but he still favored his left hand. Now, he weirdly felt his right hand was more responsive. The corpse in lustrous armor was still there. The sky was painted pale lilac by the light of dawn. The chain breaker hung above him, with only a few branches of the sacred tree visible from this angle. But, only the flying ship was reflecting in the polished breastplate now. The reflections of the cohort were gone. A cold chill ran down his spine. Sunny gritted his teeth. Am inside of a reflection. He perceived his companions through shadow sense, making sure that they were still with him. Thankfully, they seemed to be unharmed. Before Sunny could ascertain the situation, though, a familiar voice resounded from behind him. It was just as it had been years ago, in the empty darkness of the sky below. Oh my. Sunless, ladies, I am so incredibly glad to see that you've been able to make it. Chapter 1498 Mirror Realm. Sunny slowly turned around and looked behind him, and there he was, the Prince of Nothing. Mordred looked almost exactly like he had the first time Sunny saw his true face. Tall, slender, with raven black hair and a sharp face that wasn't exactly handsome, but possessed a strange beauty to it. His most striking feature, however, were his mirror-like eyes, which reflected the world back on itself like two pools of liquid silver. There was a pleasant, but hollow smile on Mordred's lips. Wait, something is wrong. Sunny frowned. The last time he had seen the Prince of Nothing, moments before entering the Seat of Nightmare, the bastard was battered and bruised, covered in dried blood, and missing a hand. But now, Mordred looked perfectly fine, there were no wounds on his body and no bloodstains on his tunic. Even his hand was back, as if it had never been severed. Mordred's smile widened slightly when he noticed Sunny's gaze. Raising the hand in question, he waved at them. It doesn't seem like I've been missed. How hurtful. Sunny lingered for a moment, then asked cautiously. Where are we? The space surrounding them looked like one of the floating fortresses of Twilight's chain barrier, but it was also different. Not even mentioning the fact that the entire world had flipped from left to right, there seemed to be a limit to this place. Not too far away from them, the dreadful battlefield disappeared, turning into pure nothing. It was as though someone had erased most of the world, leaving only a small island of matter drifting in the sea of nothingness. It only encompasses what is reflected in the polished breastplate. Sunny felt a chill when he realized that fact. It seemed that his theory that Mordred had somehow pulled them into a reflection was correct. Indeed, the space they had found themselves in only contained the part of the world that reflected in the lustrous breastplate of the withered corpse, and a small area around it. The Prince of Nothing looked around, then raised his hands in a welcoming gesture. This is, let's call it the Mirror Realm. Consider it an extension of my ascended ability. In a sense, it is. Sunny did not like the sound of these words at all. Neither did his companions. Frowning slightly, Nephi's placed her hand on the hilt of her sword and asked in an even tone. One of us stayed back to guard the ship. Is she in danger, as well? Mordred shook his head. As long as the ship does not come closer to Twilight, she'll be fine. It is us, the visitors of the Mirror Realm, who are in danger. However, this is also the only place where we can talk, unless one of you is willing to surrender your body to me, of course. He glanced at them and grinned. I guess none of you are, though? Sunny gritted his teeth and growled, his voice full of threatening malice. You're goddamn right. Don't even think about it. Mordred sighed. Well, then. I don't have much essence left, but it's enough to invite one more person. With that, there was a sound of ringing glass, and Effie was suddenly standing near them, a perplexed expression on her face. However, it was the Prince of Nothing who looked truly startled. His usual mask of pleasant friendliness cracked for a moment, revealing a hint of sincere bewilderment. Staring at Effie's belly, Mordred remained silent for a few moments, and then said incredulously. Ascended Athena, why are you? Hearing that, Effie smiled sweetly. Pregnant? Well, you see, Your Highness, when a man and a woman love each other very much. Sunny's face twitched. No way. Was it really happening? Chapter 1499 Prince's Old Clothes 1499 Prince's Old Clothes. While Effie was giving Mordred, who silently listened to her with a strange expression on his usually composed face, the talk about the birds and the bees, Sunny secretly looked around. A mirror realm. He had never learned what Mordred's ascended ability was, and he did not really know now, either. But it seemed to have something to do with establishing a physical space in the realm of reflections, or at least a space capable of containing physical items and living things. So, in a sense, Mordred carried within himself a pocket dimension, similar to Effie's supreme memory. It was a pure utility ability. But there were still many questions about its reach and extent. For example, could any reflection become an entrance to this mirror realm? No, he had called it a mirror realm. So could there be many of such realms? What was the scope of the space he could create? What were its limitations? The idyllic meadow inside Effie's locket, for example, was around 3 kilometers across. Additionally, while she could send people and creatures inside without asking for permission, it was easy to escape. All one had to do was reach the edge of the small world and attack its painted boundaries. With enough force, the fabric of the pocket dimension would come undone, and the locket would be damaged. What about Mordred's mirror realm? He had already shown the ability to pull people inside against their will, even from some distance. How would one escape being trapped in a reflection? What powers did Mordred possess within this mirror world that he did not have outside? More than that, could it be connected to 2 reflections at the same time, serving as a bridge between 2 physical places? There were too many questions. No, I'm thinking about it wrong. The Prince of Nothing had not said that this was a manifestation of his ascended ability. He had said that it was an extension of it. How had his ability been extended? Who had extended it? And why was there a monster roaming its expanse, one dangerous enough to make Mordred wary? Who could invade Mordred's mirror realm? A dark expression appeared on Sunny's face. He could think of an answer. And that answer was not at all to his liking. Finally, Mordred cleared his throat and interrupted Effie. I see. That, please accept my sincere congratulations. I guess? Congratulations. But we've already spent too much time here. It's time to leave. Before any of them could say anything, the world around them rippled. In the next moment, they found themselves somewhere else, a place much different from the fallen fortress. Sunny tensed. Search the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. There was a vast and somber expanse around them. The gray sky was covered by stormy clouds. The surface beneath their feet was shrouded in white mist. The whole space was suffused with soft light, and there, high above, a single radiant sphere was shining like a sun, its pale rays falling through the veil of storm clouds. It seemed as though vague symbols were carved into the surface of the sun, but Sunny could not see them clearly. This place resembled a soul sea. Turning his head slightly, Sunny flinched. There were motionless figures standing in a row in front of him. For a moment, he even mistook them for the silent shadows, but no, they weren't shadows. They were people, standing in the mist with empty expressions and hollow eyes. A handsome young man wearing stylish clothes of the waking world. A woman with a weathered face, wearing cheap synthetic attire. A hunched old man in a plain suit similar to those the government officials wore. A broad-shouldered warrior clad in a suit of armor in the colors of clan valor, who looked familiar. A young woman in the uniform of the evacuation army, and a few more. There were several nightmare creatures among them, as well, each more repulsive than the previous one. They were Mordred's bodies. Noticing Sunny's appalled gaze, the Prince of Nothing grinned. Perusing my wardrobe? I hope you don't mind. Sunny gritted his teeth and looked at his companions, who all stared at the hollow bodies with repulsed expressions. He shook his head and turned away. Mordred chuckled. Why, don't look at me as if I'm some kind of monster. These people weren't using their bodies well, anyway. Like this one. He patted the handsome young man on the shoulder. I took his body while he was dangling in a noose. That one had only a few excruciating hours left to live, her body full of poison from years of toil in an underground factory. This one was surprisingly healthy. But he's had siphoned the credits meant for security measures and falsified inspection results to keep the factory running. Ah, well, the one next to him is a retainer of clan valor. Enough said. Mordred shook his head. I too have standards, you know. Then, noticing Sunny's unconvinced gaze, and perhaps remembering the time he tried to steal Sunny's own body for no reason whatsoever, apart from convenience, he added with an elegant smile. When it suits me. In any case, we should be safe here. This space is mine and mine alone. Sunny took a deep breath, then looked around. Finally, he showed a sign of interest. Is this, you soul see? Mordred took a few steps forward, his feet drowning in the swirling mist, and stopped beneath the pale sun. It is a reflection of my soul sea, technically. This is the true manifestation of my ascended ability. Sunny remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the day Nightmare had come into his true power as a terror, unlocking the Dream Curse ability. I wonder, this ascended ability of his. Could it be called a lesser mirror domain? But then, he frowned. Wait, if this is your mirror realm, then what was that reflection of the floating fortress? Mordred smiled silently. What else? It's a manifestation of the same ability, just not mine. My powers are not grand enough to encompass an entire city, let alone its surroundings. I simply snuck there like a thief. The true master of that place. He grew silent for a moment and then added in a displeased tone. Is a rather unpleasant fellow. I think he goes by Soul Stealer. Chapter 1500 Perfect Trap. What? The members of the cohort all stared at Mordred, their expressions grim. Noticing their reaction, he smiled. I was rather surprised to learn about the identities of these 6 plagues, but it seems that you are already familiar with them. Good. It will spare me the explanations. At that moment, Jet, who had been keeping quiet until then, finally spoke. Soul Stealer is here, in Twilight? Mordred remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he sighed. He is. I've been playing hide and seek with him for, gods, I don't even know how long. Time is a funny concept here in Twilight, really. And let me tell you, there is no worse company than a demented nightmare creature version of yourself. He remained silent for a moment, then added matter-of-factly. He's not the only one, either. The Dread Lord is here, too. Sunny flinched, experienced a visceral reaction to those words. Damnation. Suddenly, he felt vulnerable and exposed, surrounded by terrible danger. None of them had felt safe while approaching Twilight, but still, the sense of pure dread he felt at the mention of the ruler of Verge was almost palpable. It was not that Sunny was afraid of the Dread Lord, he knew that the cohort would have to clash with the leader of the plagues eventually. But facing him already was simply too unexpected, too sudden. What the hell is happening? Twilight was supposed to be their last stop before the final battle, not the final battle itself. How could the Tyrant of Verge already be here, within reach? How could they already be in his grasp? Nephi gripped the hilt of her sword, clearly thinking the same. Mordred, meanwhile, shook his head. Oh, please forgive me. I should have mentioned first that you don't have to worry about the Dread Lord. He can't harm us. In fact, Soul Stealer can't harm us either, unless we enter his territory. They are just as trapped as I am. And your friend, Nightingale, is. Hearing her tone, Mordred smiled. Ah, it seems like you have experienced more than your fair share of strangeness here in the Tomb of Ariel. But, answering your question, yes, it froze time. The moment the defensive array was activated, time inside Twilight completely stopped. And so, the battle raging on its streets stopped, as well. He shook his head. The citizens and warriors of Twilight are standing there like statues, frozen in strange poses. The nightmare creatures are the same. Even the Dread Lord, despite all his power and authority, was caught in the trap. Now, he's more of a monument to the ruler of Verge, as opposed to an actual tyrant. Mordred's face grew somber. Of course, none of them are truly dead. Just, caught between two moments, forever. If one day the defensive array is deactivated, the battle will resume, and the Dread Lord will awaken. Don't think that you can kill him while he's vulnerable. 2. The moment you step inside Twilight, the time will stop for you, as well. Even inanimate objects will be frozen in time. It's a perfect trap. He chuckled. If a little desperate. Why would the people of Twilight activate the array before evacuating the city? I don't know. What I do know, though, is that the spell played a cruel prank on me. And Nightingale. Sunny had yet to recover from the news that the Dread Lord, someone who was supposed to be their ultimate enemy in this nightmare, turned out to have already been removed from the board, by someone. He did not need to guess the identity of that someone, really. Who could have manipulated the events of the Siege of Twilight? It had to have been the Mad Prince, himself, who had stabbed his master in the back. And while Sunny was reeling from the news, the meaning of the last words spoken by Mordred finally reached his mind. His eyes narrowed. Wait. Nephi's was the first one to speak. What do you mean? What did the spell do? Mordred looked at them with a dark expression. Isn't it obvious? The roles it assigned to me and Nightingale were warriors of Twilight. Therefore, the moment we entered the nightmare, we were already caught in frozen time. Stuck in an inescapable trap. He chuckled wryly. My physical body is also there, standing like a statue in the middle of a frozen battle. So is Nightingale's. It's just that my reflection had escaped into the mirror realm, but for him, not a single moment has passed since the start of the nightmare. He doesn't even know what fate has befallen him. The Prince of Nothing shook his head with resentment. Oh, and there's another creature in Twilight who is in a similar situation to mine. Soul Stealer, that monster. While my realm is modest in size, his encompasses all reflections in the city. I don't know where his physical body is hidden, but his reflection is prowling the mirrored Twilight. And it is dreadful enough to give me fright. He grew silent for a moment, and then smiled. There. I think I explained the important parts. I'm sure you have questions. Nephi gave him a long look, then nodded. I have a question. If I understood it correctly, are you trying to say? White sparks ignited in her eyes. That there is an army of awakened warriors, countless thousands of them, inside Twilight? All waiting for the defensive array to be deactivated, so that they could resume the battle against the defilement?